Chapter 433. Very good, you've successfully cleaned yourself up. You look much better now than when you first came down. After the space stabilized for a long time, the Star Elf Big Boss suddenly said. Liu Ji realized that he had been here for a long time. It was so long that he almost forgot how long he had been in this world. How long have I been here? Liu Ji hesitated for a long time before finally saying. The standard time is 67 days. The Star Elf said casually. Then she seemed to have thought of something and added, the standard time you set. Liu Ji was stunned. He didn't understand what the Star Elf meant. At this time, the Star Elf said, oh, it's like this. As a planet, our concept of time is different from yours. A day for you might be a breath for us. Okay, the insectoids on the planet have been cleaned up. The Empire's troops are preparing to leave. You can go now. Prepare to leave. Liu Ji's face was filled with disbelief. If the players wanted to leave, it was still possible. However, the Empire had invested so many resources just for the ores on planet E96. If they didn't gain anything, they wouldn't leave so easily. The Star Elf didn't explain this to Liu Ji. She just said, you can leave now. If you delay any longer, your ship might not be able to leave. Liu Ji still wanted to ask something, but the Star Elf raised her hand and sent Liu Ji and his battleship Adariat out. This time, the situation was the same as when Liu Ji was dragged into this place. Liu Ji didn't feel any lag at all. It could be seen that Liu Ji's strength increased during this time was nothing to the Star Elf. When Liu Ji finally reacted, he was already at the outermost area of planet E96. At this time, Liu Ji discovered something that was almost impossible. The Empire's clones were cleaning up the various buildings on planet E96. All the bunkers were dismantled and repackaged. They were then put into the space battleship flying above planet E96. The space battleship that came this time was quite large. The giant space battleship Liu Ji saw before was like a goldfish meeting a whale compared to this space battleship. Although the pronunciation was the same, the size was completely different. A single space battleship could hold at least 100 of these gigantic battleships that were 1 to 2 kilometers long. However, Liu Ji can see that there aren't many of these spaceships. When he appeared, there was only one nearby. Liu Ji estimated that in the past, the Empire probably only had 3 to 5 spaceships. They were here to load up the giant warships and some bunker camps that were difficult to dismantle. Liu Ji estimated that in the past, they had only come to this planet once. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for Liu Ji to leave this world even if he wanted to. At the very least, he had no way of piloting his Adariat into space. Not to mention returning to the starting point of this great world. At that time, he would not be able to leave this great world. No matter how many benefits he obtained, it would be useless. It was no wonder that the Star Elves would send him out. Before Liu Ji could finish sighing, he noticed that the Adariat was quickly surrounded. There were at least 6 large warships in the sky surrounding the Adariat. Weapons similar to plasma cannons were aimed at Battleship Island. At the same time, a warning voice sounded. Report your identity. Sandro, an outsider who joined the Empire. Responsible for the defense of C-1023 of planet E96. C-1023? Didn't you go missing on day 69? A voice of distrust came from the giant warship. What do you mean missing? I received orders to go to the bottom of the sea to find the whereabouts of a level 4 insectoid broodmother. I also sent back information and took the initiative to attack a level 4 insectoid broodmother. This is the battle record and the response I received when I reported the information. As Liu Ji spoke, he reported his family's record to the higher-ups. From this, it could be seen that the Empire was really strong in some aspects. Liu Ji had just finished speaking and submitted his battle record when they immediately checked the situation. Not bad, we found you, Sandro. Return. Defeated a level 2 insectoid broodmother, handed over 11 insectoid broodmother eggs, stopped an insectoid broodmother from migrating once, found a hidden level 4 insectoid broodmother, and successfully damaged an insectoid broodmother. Complete record. Very good, you can return to the team. By the way, Do you have any resources to hand over? Liu Ji was stunned for a moment before he understood. The resources mentioned should be ores and energy sources, as well as some items collected on this planet. Some players came here specifically to search and collect items. They could always find something good. Although they could not fight the insectoids, the Empire could benefit from the items they collected. Moreover, Liu Ji's Adariat was so big that it was impossible for the Empire to miss it. They wanted to see if Liu Ji would be willing to hand it over. If it was just a legendary ship, Liu Ji would have handed it over without hesitation. However, not only was this ship mythical grade, but it had also been strengthened by the Star Elves and processed by Liu Ji for many days. Now that it had become Liu Ji's mobile base, there was no way Liu Ji would hand over such a good thing. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, Liu Ji directly said, "No." Understood. Your ship is a level 4 warship. It needs special transportation. Are you sure? Liu Ji said yes. He realized that the Empire's calculated data seemed to have been deducted a lot. He then understood that the Empire was collecting the transportation fee. Liu Ji estimated that he had used up 1/10 of his family's previous achievements and the resources he had handed over to the higher-ups to transport this ship. It was obvious how expensive the transportation fee was. Then, a detailed list quickly popped up in front of Liu Ji. On the list were the materials and equipment that the Empire could use to trade. There were also some items handed over by the players. It was obvious that the Empire wanted to collect all the battle points before the players left. Of course, there were also players who chose to trade with their own platforms. This was everyone's opinion. Liu Ji glanced at the list and said, "Yes. My goal is to level up." Chapter 434. Under Liu Ji's command, the list in front of him was reduced by more than half. In the following situation, Liu Ji clearly saw the conflict between the players and the Empire. Both sides wanted resources and energy, but the players' goal was quite clear. They wanted to level up, so they would rather use a large amount of resources in exchange for a chance to level up than give those resources to the Empire. Instead, they would use their own battle points to exchange for resources from the Empire for their own growth. It was precisely for this reason that the Empire simply found a way to crack the leveling method and introduced a standard leveling package. And this was using a loophole in the player's platform. In the player's platform, behind each player's faction, there was a spring-like thing. As long as you put in the corresponding amount of energy and resources, you could exchange it for a gem that could be used to level up. In addition to the 3 key levels of 5, 10, and 15, the required resources were divided into 3 levels, 1 to 4, 6 to 9, and 11 to 14. The amount of resources required for each level was the same, and the attributes of the resources were not particular. This was a considerable loophole. The Empire researched for a long time based on this loophole and finally came up with a standard leveling material for all classes and levels. The materials needed to level up from level 3 to level 4 were definitely different from the materials needed from level 2 to level 3. For the players, as long as they could level up and it was cheaper, they were naturally willing to exchange their battle points with the Empire. Liu Ji glanced at the list given by the Empire. His battle points were not bad. He discovered and severely injured a level 4 mother nest, which made him a lot of points. Level 4 mother nests corresponded to players between level 10 and 12. According to the principle of players getting half of the loot after defeating a level 4 mother nest, if Liu Ji really killed a level 4 mother nest, he should be able to get a level 8 to level 9 leveling material. However, Liu Ji only discovered and severely injured a level 4 mother nest, so he didn't get much. Based on this calculation, Liu Ji could get a level 5 to 6 leveling material. If Liu Ji chose a class, the level of this leveling material could be increased even more. However, the Empire also knew the requirements of the player's platform, so they were the same as the player's platform. Each player could only exchange for 1 Tanari's desert at a time. Above his head, Ilune was benevolently blooming with her light. Blue Child was unwilling to be left out. In a corner of the night, he also opened his eyes and looked at Azeroth. In the desert under the moonlight, a bonfire was lit in a large campsite. Tens of thousands of people were resting there. Although it was a little chaotic, order was still maintained. It was a tall figure. Standing at the edge of the camp, Ilune looked at the sky in silence. Suddenly, a tall but stooped figure approached the tall but straight figure. He bowed respectfully and said in a low voice, "Sir, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Chieftain. We are already at the entrance of Ngoro crater. Does the tribe really want to go inside? Apart from all kinds of tyrannosauruses, violent elements, and violent life forms, there's nothing there. Zanger. This is the will of the Great Loa, and we will only attract the attention of the Sand Fury in Tanares. Although they were both desert trolls, Sand Fury would not be merciful. We don't need their mercy. Now that we are weak, we can only choose to leave. But I left for a more glorious return." The tall figure did not even turn his head as he interrupted the subordinate named Zanger. Only his deep voice echoed in the air. Ngoro crater, it is indeed very dangerous. But this is the will of the Loa, and we cannot go against the will of the god. Zanger, what you can do is what you must do. Help me guide the tribe, let everyone be at ease, and strive to enter the crater tomorrow." The slightly stooped figure heard the tall figure speak so decisively. He bowed slightly again and said softly, "Loa's will, your glory. Chieftain, I will go check on the campsite. The wind in the desert at night is a little strong. I hope those little bastards can make the tents stronger. Go." After the slightly stooped figure left, the tall figure who had been staring at Ilune in the sky turned his head and looked at the campsite below. If one stood in front of him at this time, because the moonlight was too bright. With the moonlight behind him, his face could not be seen clearly. But the tall and strong muscles, the iconic blue and white skin of the desert trolls, and the dazzling red short hair all proved that this was a powerful desert troll. He was indeed a desert troll. His name was Tenacia Aztec, and he was the chieftain of the desert troll Sandblood tribe. The Sandblood trolls were one of the many desert trolls in the Great Desert of Tanares. When it came to the trolls of the Tanares Desert, the only ones the world knew were the Sand Fury trolls of Zul'Farrak. But in fact, although the Sand Fury trolls were one of the largest forces of the desert trolls, they also occupied the only troll city in the desert. But below the Sand Fury tribe, there were still a dozen other desert troll tribes with an uncertain number of people. Their numbers ranged from thousands to tens of thousands, and the Sand Fury tribe had a population of more than 100,000. Other than the Sand Fury tribe, the Sandblood tribe was one of the larger tribes among the dozen or so desert trolls. Originally, they were all desert trolls and were basically related by blood. Although they were not close, they were still okay. But a few years ago, the Sand Fury tribe in Zul'Farrak suddenly wanted to unify all the desert trolls. They gave orders to the other tribes that were not Sand Fury trolls to either submit to Sand Fury or die. In the future, there would only be Sand Fury in Tanares, and no other desert troll tribes. In fact, most of the desert trolls would be willing to move to Zul'Farrak. After all, other than the Goblin City, Zul'Farrak was the only place suitable for living in Tanares. But, it was said that the news from Zul'Farrak claimed that the important people in the city wanted to unify all the desert trolls and establish a new troll empire, and at the same time, march to the north. Why not the south? Because other than sand, there were only on-Kiraj bugmen and beasts in the crater in the south of Tanares. This was a good thing for the desert trolls. After all, no one really wanted to stay in a barren desert with nothing. If they could live in the north, everyone would be happy. For example, it was said that everywhere was a barren grassland suitable for hunting beasts, or the grey valley with towering trees but a bunch of black long ears. However, things were not that simple. Zul'Farrak's order was that the strong trolls could enter the city, but the old, the weak, women, and children could only stay outside the city. They were not even allowed to leave the city and could only stay in the original territory of the desert trolls. Sand Fury only wanted strong warriors, or strong desert troll cannon fodder. Of course, the other desert trolls were not willing. They claimed that either Sand Fury would change his mind and accept everyone, or they would not be able to recruit their warriors. Then, a civil war broke out among the desert trolls in Tanares. Chapter 435. However, lying on the bed, Reynolds, who usually met with Dugong almost immediately, had insomnia. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. The campus was exceptionally quiet tonight, but the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before the storm, making it hard for people to breathe. Starting tomorrow, he would step onto the arena. If he could enter the finals, he would have to show his true strength in front of thousands of people. After a few dreamlike months, Reynolds couldn't believe that he could integrate into this world so quickly. His dreams and goals would all be set on a new starting point tomorrow. On the big stage of King's Mainland, he would no longer be a spectator. Reynolds thought of a famous saying on Earth, "Let the storm come more violently." When Reynolds opened his eyes again, he felt refreshed. His fatigue had been swept away. Whether it was his strength or confidence, they seemed to have climbed to an unprecedented peak. This was the effect of getting just enough rest after a long period of training to improve one's state. If he had trained bitterly until he was half dead from exhaustion on the last day, or if he had stopped a few days ago to rest, the effect would not have been so good. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he ran into Erin. Reynolds smiled and said, "Shijun, how are your preparations?" Erin knew that if she didn't reveal her true strength, she could only fight until the second grade at most, because most of the skills of a magician were supplemented by incantations. Erin was a magic genius. She could use low and middle-level magic skills without incantations. She could pass them off as magic do-chi, but she couldn't use higher-level magic skills. Her own magic do-chi had also reached a certain level, but compared to the magic she was best at, it was still far inferior. Erin felt some regret, but at the same time, she didn't feel any psychological burden. Shrugging her shoulders, she said indifferently, "SOSO, I guess I can barely squeeze into the finals." "Reynolds, what about you, how do you feel?" Reynolds said proudly, "I'm in a great state right now. Those who block my way, the men are all killed. The women are all, Ace's adoration. Chains, whips, candles, collars, shackles, blindfolds, ropes, not a single one is missing." Erin's hair stood on end as she listened. It was easy to imagine a terrifying scene when those nouns were connected. She also somewhat understood the meaning of Ace's adoration from her weirdo roommate. She secretly cursed him for being a pervert. However, her roommate, who usually kept a low profile, was uncharacteristically arrogant and domineering today as if she had taken drugs. She was somewhat puzzled. "Which stage of the competition do you think we can reach?" Reynolds chuckled and said, "I reckon he'll make it to the knockout round." Erin rolled her eyes. "How could you be so humble?" The first day of the internal selection wasn't a direct confrontation between students. Instead, it was more like a test. It was mainly based on attack power, defense, and speed. The attack data was still based on the equipment, while the defense and speed were both analyzed by specialized instructors. The student's endurance and dodging ability were evaluated based on the student's endurance and dodging ability. Finally, the total score of a certain student was obtained by combining the data from the three major aspects. In the past, only the top 20 students in the lower classes had the chance to pass the internal selection. The probability was very low. However, this year, for some reason, the two academies negotiated a major adjustment and doubled the number. There were 40 students in each lower class, which meant that 1 out of every 2 or 3 students would be able to pass. This was very encouraging news. It meant that everyone would have an easier chance to perform and hone themselves. In the end, the one with the most outstanding results in Reynolds' class was still Green Eye, a girl with wood element do-chi from the Lord of the Forest clan. She was different from Reynolds, who planned to hide his strength and bide his time, not revealing his true strength, and then viciously eat up his opponent who looked down on him during the competition. The Lord of the Forest clan was mostly straightforward and didn't play any tricks. She was definitely the third strongest student in the class. First, it was Reynolds, the only disciple of Dean Rudolph, and then there was Irene, the genius young witch, who was also in the class. Even if she combined her half-baked magic combat chi with her fake magic, her strength was still above Qingtong's. However, the top 2 students only achieved inconspicuous results. Erin was 11th. This number wasn't much, At least it was difficult for others to associate it with her real identity. Reynolds was even lower. He was 23rd. It was needless to say that Reynolds was a cunning person who pretended to be weak. As a matter of fact, in terms of attack and defense, Elena was no match for him even if she used her full strength. In terms of dodging, after being trained by Randolph, a powerful warrior, Erin would definitely be better than Reynolds in terms of defense and dodging. The first day of the internal test passed by peacefully. The 40 students who passed the test were all excellent students. Reynolds had failed the first test, but he had learned his lesson. He was already good at using his spiritual power, and under Randolph's guidance, he was even better. Therefore, he was able to maintain his ranking between the top 20 and the top 30 in the test. Before the end of the internal test, there was one more important thing to do: drawing lots. In order to make it to the final stage of the school competition, other than strength, sometimes it also required a certain amount of luck. Drawing lots was one of the factors that determined one's luck. If you were lucky, you might be able to fight against a few relatively weak rookies in the knockout round and make it to the finals. If you were unlucky, you might fight against a freak like the Witch of the Black Mountain in the first round of drawing lots. Then, you would have to walk out of the competition with your tail between your legs and become a spectator. Therefore, when drawing lots, almost all of them were praying for the blessing of the god of luck. Then, they put their hands into the small wooden box and took out their paper as if they were taking out a verdict. Reynolds and Erin stood in the queue and looked at the expressions of the students in front of them. Some of them were happy, some of them were depressed, and some of them were neither happy nor sad. Of course, Erin was not afraid. However, it was strange that Reynolds was not nervous at all. She asked, "Reynolds, aren't you worried at all?" Reynolds asked curiously, "Worried about what? Are you talking about the lack of pretty girls in this year's batch?" "Don't worry. I'm so handsome. How could I not have some fangirls chasing after me?" Erin interrupted him, "I'm talking about the drawing lots." "What are you thinking about?" She thought to herself, "Which part of you is handsome? Why can't I see it?" Chapter 436. "Oh, that's what you're talking about. Shijun, didn't I tell you many times that we have to be clear when we speak?" Elena was so angry that she almost fainted. She had been bitten by Reynolds several times. She still couldn't accept her roommate's unconventional thinking. Reynolds patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. I've always been lucky. I've never failed to win a lottery." Reynolds wasn't wrong. However, he had only won 2 lottery tickets. The first prize was a lighter worth 1 yuan. The second prize was a pack of tissues. He hadn't earned back his money yet. "Oh, is that so?" Elena was skeptical. "Just watch. You'll know soon enough." Not long after, it was the 2 people's turn. After taking out the paper, the 2 of them found a place to open it. Wahahaha. Reynolds suddenly burst out laughing. Elena was startled. The rest of the class also looked at him. Elena moved closer and asked, "Reynolds, what are you laughing about? Did you draw a weak opponent?" The name on the paper was Chang'an Academy's martial arts class, Year 1, Class 3, Washlaki. Reynolds couldn't stop laughing. "I'm trash. I know he's a newbie just by hearing his name. I'll teach him a lesson," he said arrogantly, one word at a time. "Battles are cruel. Ha 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 ha." He was overjoyed when he thought about how he could bully someone like Washlaki. Reynolds pretended to be proud when he saw the rest of the class staring at him. "Don't look at me like that. It's different when you have a good character. Haha." Elena patted his shoulder and sighed. "Bro, be careful." One of the Magic Knights, Donald, said, "Reynolds, this Washlaki is the 6th student in Randolph's entrance exam. His strength and unique characteristics made him a unique wood-type devil path genius." Reynolds asked in surprise, "Really?" Donald nodded again. The rest of the class sighed and expressed their sympathy. They had all seen Renault's dazzling performance in the test. His overall attack power was only a pitiful 20, and he had met such a strong opponent in the first round. However, with this kind of strength, he would lose no matter who he met. Reynolds smiled in a carefree manner, indicating that he didn't mind. However, he was constantly complaining in his heart. Experts would usually have names that were extraordinary. For example, Yang Dingtian, Zhong Genshuo, Dongfang Bubai, or at least Zhao Meng, Wang Hu, or something like that. How could it be called I'm trash? It seemed that the world of kings couldn't be compared to Earth after all. Due to the large number of people participating in the competition, there were only 60 to 70,000 people left after the internal selection in the past. However, this time, the number of people participating in the lower classes had increased to 40, reaching 100,000 people. If everyone were to compete in the same venue, it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to finish the competition even after the freshmen had graduated. Therefore, the academy distributed the number of people participating in the elimination round to many small training grounds within the two academies. Renault was lucky enough to be assigned to the 46th venue of the knockout round, which was also the fourth training ground of Randolph Martial Arts Academy. He had the home advantage. Although the venue was scattered, when Renault arrived at his own arena, he was still shocked by the atmosphere. Although it was called a small training ground, it was actually only relatively speaking. In fact, it was almost the size of a football field on Earth. If it was small, it would be impossible to move freely. It was estimated that he would have to run out of the venue after a few moves. At a glance, the stands around the training ground were densely packed with people. There were at least a few thousand people, and all the seats were full. For an elimination round, this number was very exaggerated. The reason was that Wash Larky, the powerful guy who ranked 8th in the freshman assessment of Chang'an Academy, was also participating in his first battle in this venue. The battle between the strong always attracted a lot of attention, which was also the reason why the 46th venue was so crowded. After all, Renault was also someone who had seen big scenes, so he wasn't surprised by such a shocking scene. As Irin and his class were not in the same class, the two of them were very far apart, which made Renault a little unhappy. Irin's battle was in the afternoon, and she also came to support Renault. Although she didn't think it was a big deal, the gap between the two of them was too big. Before the battle started, the venue was already very noisy. Everyone was discussing the big shots of this year's Grand Assembly, each year, and even the popular champion of the entire competition. The situation of Randolph Martial Arts Academy was not optimistic, because everyone knew that there hadn't been any top talents in the past few years. Although they were very discouraged, the students' comments were not blind. Who do you think will be the champion of this 5-year competition, which is also the final? Leon, a 5U student of Diabolism Academy, the Dark Dominator and also the Grand Knight. He was the runner-up in the last Grand Assembly. The defending champion mage, Garfield, is said to have some problems in his cultivation, and he can't break through the bottleneck. I think he will have to give up his seat. Who do you think is more powerful among the new students of Diabolism Academy? I think there's someone called Irin who is very powerful, and she has shown great talent. That's right. She's also very beautiful. She's also the best in that special class. Really? Why haven't I seen her before? When he heard them talking about Irin, Reynolds felt a sense of pride. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound wave came from the contestants' entrance, and then a fanatical shout of a certain name spread throughout the venue. Reynolds's heart skipped a beat, and he came back to his senses. He asked Irin, "What's wrong? Who is it?" Irin smiled and said, "Reynolds, it's your coquettish opponent." A human youth walked out of the contestants' aisle amidst the cheers of the crowd. He walked very slowly, as if he was enjoying the cheers and admiration of the crowd. He had a very proud expression on his face, and one of his hands even reached out to wave at the crowd, looking very much like a leader inspecting his subordinates. His armor was very gorgeous, and it was studded with sparkling gems everywhere. It was very beautiful, but in fact, it was useless. It only added to the weight. This was Vashlarki, and according to the rumors, he was a person who liked to show off, even more than the rumors said. Reynolds was also dumbfounded. He had been looking forward to this opponent's performance because of his reputation, but now he only felt that this opponent was a little funny, and his nervousness was swept away. Irin was also a little embarrassed. "This is your opponent. Why does he look like a clown?" Chapter 437. Reynolds smiled and said, "You can't judge a book by its cover. Look at me, I seem very ordinary. I'm just an awesome master." Reynolds would have to show his strength in a while anyway. He wasn't afraid of exposing himself in front of Eileen so that she could be mentally prepared. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to accept it. Eileen pretended to snort, but she was still looking forward to it. She said, "Don't lose then." Reynolds put his hand on her shoulder and said, "How about this, little Shijun? Let's make a bet. If I can beat him, what will you do?" Eileen snorted and said, "If you can beat him, I'll do whatever you want." She felt that no matter how much this guy hid his strength, it would be unreasonable if he could beat the 6th best in the Martial Arts Academy's freshman assessment. Reynolds smiled and said, "How about this, if I can beat him, you'll let me take a bath with you." "Brother, why do you always take so long to take a bath? It takes at least an hour. By the time you're done, I'll be moldy." Girls always took a long bath, and Eileen was a very clean girl. She was even a little bit of a clean freak, so she spent a long time in the bathroom every time. Of course, she couldn't agree to this condition. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Reynolds really got lucky and won the competition, then it would be troublesome. Eileen blushed and said, "No, this bet has to be excluded." Reynolds said, Hey, you just said you could do whatever you want." Eileen didn't know how to respond. She secretly hated herself for being so harsh. Fortunately, a girl's voice came to her rescue. Little Lynn Tilda Eileen quickly floated over with a fragrant wind. There were a few girls behind her. They seemed to be her friends. "Linger, you're here." Reynolds was stunned when he saw her. Then, a happy and surprised expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly got up and welcomed her to his seat. Every contestant could get 3 tickets to cheer for them. It was impossible for Irene to miss Renault's debut match. Her demonic path warlock class was still quite easy for the time being. She was publicly recognized as a powerhouse along with Charm Master, Dominator, and several other special combat classes. According to the rules, she could directly enter the finals and didn't need to participate in the internal selection or elimination rounds. After living in the academy and undergoing a long period of training, Erin had grown prettier by the day. The delicate and cute girl on the train had now become a devastatingly beautiful woman. Her cheeks were healthy and rosy, and her originally delicate skin was even more tender and tender. Her young and inexperienced figure was also gradually becoming curvaceous. Due to Irene's appearance, the gazes of many male animals shifted from Aelowitz to Reynolds. Apart from her sorcerer's attire, her pure and lovely appearance could not be ignored. Unfortunately, the beauty was already taken. She was snuggled up to a man, and they were greatly disappointed. Looking at the envious gazes of the surrounding people, Reynolds was extremely proud. To be able to have such an obedient beauty, no man could not help but feel proud. Irene cheered for Reynolds. Good luck, little Lynn. She also knew that Aelowitz was a very famous freshman in the academy. However, she believed that even she had become very powerful through learning and cultivation. When she separated from Reynolds, he must have encountered many opportunities. He must be much stronger than she was. Irene's appearance was undoubtedly a boost to Reynolds's confidence. He laughed and said, "No problem. Just wait and see how I perform." His confidence was greatly boosted. With Irene here, he had to win no matter what. The girls who came with Irene saw this and couldn't help but ask, "I was wondering why our Linger wasn't moved by the pursuit of those handsome guys in the academy. It turns out she already has someone in her heart." When Irene heard this, she smiled embarrassedly. Reynolds and Eileen also smiled and greeted them. They all sat down. Eileen saw that Reynolds was full of confidence and thought to herself, "This roommate of mine is really a simple-minded animal. If he had a few more beauties to encourage him, he would probably beat his chest and challenge a powerhouse like Randolph." Not long after, the curtains of the competition officially opened. First, a host teacher from each academy announced the rules. If one side automatically admitted defeat or lost the ability to move, it would be considered a loss. If one side fell out of the arena more than 5 times or stayed outside for more than 10 seconds, it would also be considered a loss. Pets were not allowed to fight, and any weapons or martial arts were allowed. Everyone will be provided with 3 recovery pills and 2 spiritual energy pills of the same effect, and will stop when they are used up. The deadline for each battle was 10 minutes. If the winner was not decided after the time limit, the scores would be assessed by a dozen judges. The one with the highest total score would qualify for the next round of the elimination round. The front row of the audience had already set up a layer of transparent barrier around the arena to prevent the battle from getting too intense and affecting the fish in the moat. After the rules were announced, the host teacher didn't say much, and the match immediately began. There were several large light element mirrors above the venue that accurately reflected the details of the contestants' movements from various angles to the audience. There were also sound wave amplifiers that amplified the sound of the 2 contestants fighting. There were also commentators present to report the situation in real time. The first 2 contestants were magic warriors with similar rankings in their respective academies. They were both of the warrior type, and even their magic dochi was of the fire element. They were evenly matched, so the battle was very intense. In the end, the Magic Path Academy's side won by a bit. They used up all 5 of the opponent's pills and then launched the final attack. Although the damage wasn't great, the opponent was like a lamp without oil and had no strength to get up again. This battle couldn't be said to be brilliant, but it was fierce. The battle lasted until the last moment before the winner was decided. In addition, it was the first battle, so it won a lot of cheers. The Martial Path Academy's student who lost didn't lose much face. Although they lost, they still had glory. The second match was a bit boring. The Martial Path Academy's student was a hunter ranked 8th in his class, while the Magic Path Academy student was a magic archer ranked 40th. They took the last bus to the elimination round. With such a great disparity in strength, the outcome was quickly decided. The Martial Path Academy managed to salvage the situation. The maximum time a match could last was 10 minutes. In fact, there weren't many matches that could last until that time. The freshmen' spiritual energy was too low, and they were generally impulsive. As soon as they went on stage, they would immediately attack with all their strength. Their spiritual energy and vitality would be rapidly consumed. A few pills wouldn't be enough to support them for long. After a few hours, Reynolds and his friends were watching the matches with great interest. They chatted from time to time and made comments on the students. They were really happy. Chapter 438. At this time, Reynolds looked at the ranking of the contestants and knew that it was almost his turn, so he said goodbye to Shijun and Lin Ling and walked off the stage. "Little Lin, you have to win." Looking at Lin Ling and Shijun's encouragement, Reynolds smiled and waved his hand. The match began. Reynolds walked onto the stage and found that he was facing thousands of people, but he was not nervous at all. Aylowitz also walked onto the stage in a very flashy manner. His appearance immediately set off a climax in the venue. Many people were shouting his name, and even the students of the Demon Academy were not stingy with their praise. The strong were always the most respected on the continent. And Reynolds did not have any reputation in the academy, let alone in the academy. Only a few students who were more passionate about the school selflessly gave their encouragement, and the loudest cheers were Shijun and Lin Ling. The two hugged to show their friendship, and Reynolds pretended to be admiring him and whispered, "Student Aylowitz, I've heard a lot about you. When the time comes, please go easy on me so that I won't lose so badly." Aylowitz was enjoying the cheers of the crowd, and he said proudly, "That won't do. Student Reynolds, I have to tell you something. Battles are cruel. Wahahaha." After he said that, he immediately burst into laughter. Reynolds rolled his eyes. Why did this line sound so familiar? Why did he feel like he had heard it somewhere before? The commentator immediately said, "Student Aylowitz, a strong fighter from the Martial Arts Academy, has shown his high fighting spirit." Before the battle began, he had shown his absolute confidence with his laughter. But I have to say that Student Aylowitz's voice is indeed not very good. It makes people shudder. I boldly guess that this is probably one of his surekill skills. I don't know if Student Reynolds, who will bear the brunt of this attack, can withstand the first wave of fierce attacks. Even I can't stand it outside the arena." The commentator's humor caused a burst of laughter. Aelowitz quickly stopped laughing and did not dare to make a sound. The two sides separated by 20 meters, and then the referee announced, "Match. Begin." As soon as the referee finished speaking, Aelowitz immediately used the light body technique and rushed forward. It seemed that he also heard that Reynolds was not a good opponent and wanted to defeat him in the shortest time possible to regain his lost face. Reynolds had already placed a long sword behind him. Seeing Aelowitz's rapid attack, Reynolds did not panic in the face of danger. With a whoosh, he instantly cast Lighten. The two converged. On the field, an intense battle had officially begun. Pa, ding ding dang dang, the sound of weapons clashing and the sound of flesh colliding rang out incessantly. Green power surged out of Aelowitz's hand, and a spirit snake crawled out of his palm, darting toward Reynolds while flicking its forked tongue. Reynolds jumped back. He had already determined Aelowitz's strength. After all, with Randolph's guidance, Reynolds's progress was extremely fast. Thinking of this, Reynolds used the fire element spiritual power he learned in class to enchant the long sword. Suddenly, the sword edge flashed with a threatening scorching aura. At this time, the commentator began to report again. "We all know that the fire element has a great restraining effect on the wood element. Student Aelowitz is a smart person. I think he will use the vitality of the wood element to temporarily avoid the attack and then attack from an unexpected direction." No, he's actually using brute force. Due to the vitality of the wood element, it was relatively easy to control its flying ability. However, compared to a mage's ability to control it, there was still a big gap. Aelowitz laughed in his heart and continued to move forward. At the same time, he continued to send out 4 spirit snakes from his palms. This time, they were from Reynolds's left, right, top, and bottom. He seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. The spirit snake in the middle would definitely not be able to defend against it. The wood element and fire element spiritual power finally made contact, but it was not the wood element that was defeated. The flames on Reynolds's long sword were quickly extinguished. Then, the long sword and the green wood element spiritual power collided, and green smoke quickly came out of the sword due to the high temperature. The commentator immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Look, what a magical scene. The wood element is actually stronger than the fire element and easily restrains the sword. Student Aelowitz's wood element combat energy must be very special. This is really a wonderful battle. There was almost no prelude and it has entered a small climax." Reynolds looked at the long sword in his hand that was burning hot and couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Aelowitz's skill also had a strong corrosive effect. Fortunately, his sword was not an ordinary sword. It was Dean Randolph's sword. Although he had a little bit of elemental power, it was only for show. In a real battle, it was not very useful. Aelowitz saw this and said with a surprised expression, "I didn't expect your sword to be so tough." Reynolds smiled and didn't say anything. He was a bit impressed by Aelowitz's strength. "Are you sure you don't want to use a weapon?" Reynolds looked at him and said. Aelowitz shook his head as a strange smile flashed across his face. "You should worry about yourself first." Reynolds was startled. He just realized that Aelowitz's wood element spirit force didn't dissipate. Instead, it wrapped around his sword like maggots. Looking at the green energy that was spreading over, it continued to wrap around Reynolds in a tricky manner. At this moment, Aelowitz's 4 spirit force snakes also took effect and blocked his escape routes. The only thing Reynolds could do was retreat. This was something that Aelowitz had already expected. He immediately used light body technique and controlled the spirit force snakes to follow. No matter how Reynolds retreated, he couldn't shake them off. Most people who cultivated wood element would focus on light body technique. First, wood element combat energy didn't have strong defense. They had to dodge often instead of taking the opponent's attacks head-on. Secondly, a powerful light body technique could be used in conjunction with its characteristics to attack, making it more effective. Aelowitz's move was called Shadow Pursuit. Once the opponent was entangled by his aura, it would be very difficult to escape. The opponent would have to fight with his spirit force. Alowitz's spirit force was also very famous: extreme corrosion. In addition to corroding spirit force, it could also corrode physical objects. It was a very powerful move. Although Alowitz liked to be in the limelight, his strength was unquestionable. Although Reynolds was very strong, he did not have much combat experience. Seeing this, he was slightly panicked. However, in the next moment, he calmed down and infused all his spiritual energy into his sword, attaching all his strength to his right arm. The commentator said, "Our student Reynolds chose to fight head-on under Alowitz's fierce attack. Look, he is gathering power." Chapter 439. Seeing this, Alowitz sensed that Reynolds was gathering more and more power. He was shocked, but he didn't panic. He filled his body with wood spirit force and formed a grey shield. The commentator exclaimed, "Oh my God, there's always someone better. Student Alowitz has already learned body protection spirit force. He's just a freshman. Too strong." Body protection spirit force is a kind of shield, but it can be released through the whole body and not limited to the hands. It's one of the most difficult techniques and consumes a lot of spirit force. It seems that Alowitz is quite confident in his attack and thinks he can take down Reynolds in one hit. That's why he's willing to use body protection spirit force. Clearly, Alowitz was determined to meet Reynolds' attack head-on. He charged at Reynolds like a raging bull with a thunderous aura. Reynolds didn't want to waste his energy, but he couldn't do anything to Alowitz. He could only continue to retreat. In less than a minute since the start of the match, the audience had already seen the fierce attack skills, the brilliant light body technique, and the difficult protective spiritual energy. They all felt that this trip was worth it, and it was an eye-opener. Seeing that Reynolds could only retreat and couldn't fight back, they shouted excitedly, "Alowitz, Alowitz, take him down, take him down." At this moment, even Avina was a bit worried. She didn't know why Reynolds was in such a sorry state, but she was more confident in Reynolds because of the inexplicable promise. Alowitz heard the cheers of the audience and became more spirited. Reynolds was soon forced to the edge of the venue. Alowitz's eyes flashed with pride, and he shouted, "Spirit snake trap the dragon." Another 6 wood elemental spirit snakes flew out from his hands, splitting into different directions to block off all possible escape routes for Reynolds. There were even some that came from behind and circled towards Reynolds. The commentator saw the climax and quickly explained, "It's here. Alowitz's ultimate skill, Spirit Snake Trap the Dragon. Reynolds is in big trouble." Alowitz laughed and said, "Hey, lose." He remained calm and allowed the 11 spirit snakes to attack on their own. After releasing so many flying skills, he couldn't control them anymore. At this moment, Reynolds suddenly smiled strangely. He quickly raised the long sword in his hand and injected spirit force into his right arm. It's useless. Alowitz didn't care about Reynolds at all. Because before Reynolds could hit him, his spirit snake Trap the Dragon would hit Reynolds first. Moreover, his lightning technique could completely dodge Reynolds' attack. Storm displacement. Reynolds instantly disappeared from the spot. What? Alowitz was shocked. He saw that his skill missed, but there was no trace of Reynolds. After he reacted, he quickly enchanted all the spirit snake power on his back. While Alowitz was shocked, Reynolds had already appeared behind him. The sword energy that he had been accumulating for a long time struck Alowitz back heavily. He smiled and said, "Get down, Alowitz." Fortunately, he had enchanted a large amount of protective spirit force, but even so, his body was still sent flying out of the venue uncontrollably. The situation suddenly changed, and the venue was dead silent. No one thought that Alowitz, who had the absolute advantage a second ago, would fall out of the venue in the next moment. No one thought why the spirit snake, which was so corrosive, didn't work on Reynolds. Avina heaved a sigh of relief and clapped her hands. Only the referee, who was used to this scene, was clear-headed. He immediately said, "Alowitz, fall out of the arena once." He began to count down. 1, 2, Alowitz, who fell to the ground, was furious. After adjusting the balance of his spirit force, he immediately got up and jumped to the arena 3 meters high. He released the spirit snake in his hand again. This time, there was only one, but it was twice as big as before. The green gas was thicker, and he didn't believe that his ultimate corrosion couldn't be compared to a sword. But this time, he miscalculated again. The sword energy mercilessly shattered his spirit snake and then landed on Alowitz's chest. This unlucky guy was sent flying out of the arena again before he could land on the stage for 5. The referee was still dutifully counting the time outside the arena. As long as the contestant didn't step back on the stage, their time wouldn't be reset. Alowitz wasn't just angry this time. The spirit snake was almost at the limit of his spirit force, but it still couldn't corrode the long sword. It wouldn't work if he continued to fight. Although it was embarrassing, Alowitz still decided to dodge first. He was confident that his lightness technique was much better than his opponent's. Alowitz immediately jumped out of the arena. 2 seconds later, he felt that he should have shaken off that annoying guy and jumped back onto the stage. However, before he landed on the stage, he immediately saw Reynolds waiting for him. Reynolds looked at him with a smile and raised his sword. Once again, Alowitz was unable to enter. He almost fainted. This guy's light body technique is very strong, but he has been hiding it. The commentator saw some clues. I know. Reynolds' tactic is to use the rules to keep Alowitz out of the arena for 10 seconds and win. Alowitz doesn't want to be outdone and wants to go up, but Reynolds won't let him. The people in the arena were shocked by his ambiguous commentary. The feeling of watching a movie was more intense than watching a battle. 8, 9, there was only 1 second left. Alowitz was very anxious and quickly swallowed all 5 pills. Then, he jumped back onto the stage and released another wave of spirit snakes. This time, there were 15 spirit snakes, which was Alowitz's limit. He also covered his body with spirit force. Everyone could see that he wanted to fight to the death. This time, even the commentator was so nervous that he didn't say anything. He just watched the last attack. There were too many snakes, and they were all coming from different directions. Reynolds's sword energy had a small range, so he could only destroy 6 of the snakes in front of him and dodge 7. The remaining 2 still drilled into his body from tricky angles. However, the sword chi that Reynolds had missed also landed on Alowitz's chest at the same time. 10. When Alowitz landed on the ground, the referee also counted down the last seconds, but he did not announce the result. This was because Alowitz's last attack had also hit his opponent. If his opponent was incapacitated, this match could only be considered a draw. Alowitz also smiled. He knew that with the power of his spirit snakes, it was very likely that the match would be a draw. But when he looked at the arena, his eyes almost fell out. Reynolds was still standing steadily and waving at a certain direction with a smile. It was Avina and Irene's direction. Chapter 440. Winner, Reynolds. Even though the match was not long, the skills and adaptability of the 2 contestants were top-notch. The audience burst into thunderous applause. Ireena was very happy and kept clapping and cheering for Reynolds. Irene sighed helplessly. She did not expect her roommate to win the match, but she had to believe it when she saw him standing on the stage like a winner. The commentator made the final report. This was an exciting match. Washlaki's corrosive attack, flying skill, body protection, and lightness technique are not to be underestimated. Reynolds, on the other hand, was smart and daring. He used a trick to lure his opponent to the edge of the arena. Then, he used his exquisite positioning and powerful sword chi to force Washlaki to not be able to step onto the arena for 10 seconds. From there, he turned the tables around and won. This was a battle where the weak defeated the strong. No, it should be said that it was a battle where the strong met the strong. This was because Reynolds was unharmed even after being hit by 2 spiritual energy snakes, which meant that he was also a strong person. Also, the sword he used wasn't corroded at all. I still don't understand what's going on. Reynolds shook his head. His sword was Dean Randolph's. How could it be damaged so easily? Washlaki jumped back on the stage and said dejectedly, "Reynolds, you won." He did not expect to lose in the first round of the knockout round. Reynolds said humbly, "It's nothing. I just used a little trick. I hope you don't mind." Washlaki forced a smile and said, Reynolds, a loss is a loss. A win is a win. Strategies are also a part of a battle. Also, if the battle went on for a long time, I would be the one to lose. When I saw that the last 2 spiritual energy snakes could not hurt you at all, I knew that you were hiding your true strength. I'm not your opponent, so I'm convinced. Reynolds thought to himself. Even though Washlaki liked to show off, he was a straightforward person. He did not try to push the blame to others. Not bad. Thus, Reno took the initiative to step forward and hug him. The battle thus ended amicably and satisfactorily. Their appreciation of each other, their demeanor of not being arrogant in victory and not being irritable in defeat, won waves of enthusiastic applause from the crowd. This was a competition in the true sense of the word. Everyone was doing their best, but they were not hostile to each other like life and death rivals. Reynolds, I'm convinced today, but that doesn't mean I'll be convinced forever. I'll learn from this lesson and continue to practice my martial arts so that I can compete with you again in the future, Washlaki said. Washlaki's change from Mr. Reynolds to Mr. Reynolds showed that he had developed a respect for his opponent. Reynolds smiled and said, "Sure, everyone will learn from each other. Only then will there be improvements. I'll definitely defeat you in the next tournament." Wahahahaha. Washlaki laughed as he walked away. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't recover from a setback. After making up his mind, he immediately regained his confidence. It was as if he could already see Reno being defeated by him. At first, Reynolds was worried that someone who liked to be in the limelight like him would inevitably feel down after suffering a defeat, so he wanted to comfort him. But now, it seemed that his thoughts were completely unnecessary. This person's degree of optimism far exceeded his imagination. The crowd looked at Reynolds differently now. They were full of respect and envy. Everyone had thought that he would be Washlaki's first sacrifice, a cannon fodder. Reynolds could feel pride growing in him, but he quickly suppressed it. Pride was a human's greatest enemy. If it's pride, then it's fine. Reynolds convinced himself and walked towards Ewena and Irene with pride and coquettishness. He was confident that he could end the battle in an instant if he fought head-on. However, this was his first match, and he was in front of Ewena. Reynolds didn't just need confidence, he needed to look cool. In the end, he chose the safer and more shameless way of fighting. "Little Lin, you're so strong." Ewena ran over with a smile on her face. She was like a beauty welcoming a victorious hero, and the audience was more or less the same as the cheering commoners. This feeling made Reynolds very comfortable, and he started to feel complacent. "My Ling is my goddess. With you here, how could I lose?" This was a match that was extremely useful in stirring up the atmosphere of the stadium. The cheers had reached a boiling point, and the hosting teacher had specially delayed the next match by a few minutes. This was the privilege of the strong. Irene almost vomited from Reynolds's mushy words. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Irene said to Reynolds, "That's definitely not your true strength. You're probably stronger than that." Reynolds thought to himself. Of course he was strong, being taught by someone like Randolph. So he smiled and said, "Of course, you'll see in the next match." Reynolds seemed to remember something. "Oh right, I remember we made a bet. Now that I win, I get to bathe in dragon and tiger baths, right?" Irene quickly denied it. Hey, I said I wouldn't bet." Reynolds said seriously, "How can a man go back on his words?" Irene almost fainted. This guy's ability to twist right and wrong was extraordinary. Irene angrily grabbed a rookie student behind her. "Hey, you, sit behind us. You heard what I said, right? I said I wouldn't bet." The rookie was originally timid, but after being frightened by this sudden turn of events, he was on the verge of tears. I didn't hear anything." Reynolds laughed and said, "Brother Shijun, I was just joking with you. Did you really take it seriously? Didn't I say it already?" It's okay for us men to be weak. The most important thing is to be strong and immortal. Irene and the rookie behind her were about to cry. It wasn't that she was weak, it was that she didn't have any strength at all. Irene prayed sincerely, "God, please don't torture me, okay? She was the only one in the family who played pranks on others. She had never fallen to this point. Avina's face reddened when she heard the explicit conversation between the two. She was cursing the pervert in her mind. He's getting more and more shameless. At this time, the curtains of the next battle had already been drawn. The few of them were chatting with each other, and they were quite comfortable. After that, they found out that Linka, who was practicing at the same time as Reynold, had also won. In the afternoon, Reynold returned the favor by helping Irene. Linka was a passive person. He only had Reynold and Irene as friends in the academy, so he also came to watch the match. As expected, Irene easily won the battle. Reynolds's luck finally took a turn for the better at night. He was matched against the 38th ranked rookie in the class. Irene, on the other hand, continued her good luck. 32nd, it seemed, would be no problem for her to advance to the next round. Chapter 441. The name of Reynolds, a dark horse that was blacker than ink, had already spread throughout the two great academies that night. Now, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Who exactly was this guy that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Reynolds and Avina's relationship had improved a lot recently. Both of them were idiots, and it was their first time in love. They could talk about serious matters when they were together, but once they started talking about flirtatious topics, they started to feel awkward and didn't know what to do. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Reynolds lay on his bed with a smug look on his face. Irene looked at him and found it funny. After chatting with him for a while, she went to sleep. The relationship between the roommates was also good. Reynolds was very satisfied with Irene as his roommate. The more he looked at her, the more pleasing she was to the eye. He often smiled at Irene. This made Irene's hair stand on end. She knew her roommate the best. He was perverted, cold, and flirty. This kind of Reynolds was actually very attentive to her recently. He brought her food, poured her water, and put his arm around her shoulders to go to class. Damn it, I feel like my body is no longer pure. Kakirin's thoughts ran wild with grief and anger. The next day, nothing changed. The competition was still exciting. Reynolds knew that he was already famous in the academy. In order to hide his strength, Reynolds didn't use his full strength. There was even a moment when he didn't use Levi's strength. Reynolds fought this match very easily. This time, his opponent was the 38th rookie in the Martial Arts Academy's low-level class. After knowing that his opponent was the one who defeated Washlaki, he was a little scared. He just wanted to not make a fool of himself, so he just passively defended. Therefore, the battle was one-sided. His opponent only knew how to hold on. Reynolds fought very boldly, changing his spiritual power weapon repeatedly as he pleased. Of course, this was not his true strength, so it didn't matter if it was exposed. There were still many spectators in the venue. They were not here for the others, but for the dark horse, Reynolds. Everyone was mesmerized by his performance. This person's spiritual energy wasn't too strong, or he was deliberately hiding it. This was something that everyone in the audience could see. However, he relied on his weak spiritual energy to suppress his opponent to the point that he couldn't fight back with his strange skills and strong self-confidence. People had always regarded spiritual power as the foundation of the foundation and the standard to judge whether someone was strong or weak. The students who were unable to participate because of their low quality and lack of spiritual power suddenly saw a new path to becoming strong. Originally, he could have won very quickly, but Reynolds purely treated this match as practice. Therefore, it was not until the 7th minute that the outcome of the match was decided. On the other hand, his opponent had already used up all 5 of his medicinal pills, and was about to collapse from exhaustion. However, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. Being able to hold on for such a long time, he already had enough face to enter the arena. Even though Reynolds was taught by Dean Randolph, he knew that he didn't have much combat experience. That was why he purposely went easy on Randolph when he was facing the last student in the class. This way, not only would he not expose his true strength, but he would also give face to the student who was fighting hard. Reynolds walked off the stage and waved at the cheering audience. He walked in front of Avina, looked around, and asked curiously, "Linger, Where did Shijun go? Little Lindsay, you won easily again. Ravina was very happy at first, then she said, Shijun, he's also competing. It should be over soon, right? I see. Reno muttered, seriously, what else could be more important than our brotherly relationship of taking a dragon and tiger bath together? Erin, who had just arrived behind the two, was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She sighed and said, Reynolds, don't always talk about that kind of thing in public. It's so embarrassing. Reynolds patted Erin's shoulder and smiled. Shijun, I thought you were secretly picking up girls in the academy and abandoning me to cheer for her. Erin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could I pick up girls? Of course, I'd have to be a lesbian. Chempage. But this guy has been hanging out with Avina every day. Without Reynolds in the dorm, she was starting to feel bored. Thinking of this, Erin looked at Reynolds with a bit of bitterness. Reynolds was creeped out by her stare and had goosebumps all over his body. He wondered if this handsome and effeminate roommate of his had a homosexual fetish and was admiring him after seeing his heroic performance just now. He quickly drew a line and said, Brother, I'll make it clear first. I'm a normal man both physically and mentally. Please don't fall in love with me. Finding someone else is fine. After all, it's a personal interest. I'm not so old-fashioned. We'll still be friends. Erin interrupted him. Bah, you're the one who's dirty. I'm also a normal woman, both physically and mentally. Reynolds was startled. Woman what? Erin quickly said, I'm a woman lover. Reynolds clicked his tongue in praise. Not bad, Shijun. You even know how to use such a special term. You've improved a lot. Erin wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead. She had almost exposed her identity. It seemed she had to be careful with her words. After saying this, Reynolds was startled. He was really used to saying such things. How did he end up talking about Avina? Reynolds was just about to explain when he saw Avina roll her eyes at him and walk away alone. Reynolds saw this and quickly chased after her. In the next few days, the knockout matches were still in full swing. Reynolds's luck was neither bad nor bad. He did not meet any opponents that were too bad, but he also did not draw anyone stronger than Washlaki, who ranked 6th in the admission test. Most of the time, he was able to win without much trouble. Reynolds's reputation in the two academies was growing. It was not because of how strong Reynolds was, but because he relied on his strange and varied skills to defeat opponents with stronger spiritual power. Those who were defeated by Reynolds were all very depressed. It was as if they were holding a machete, but they were stabbed to death by a guy who used an embroidery needle. This was a very embarrassing thing that made them want to vomit blood. In fact, it was not like that. It was just that Reynolds's strength was too strong. Even if he hid his strength, others would not notice it. This kind of unreasonable way of winning was too eye-catching, especially for the weak. It was fun to watch an expert trample on a newbie, but it was even more fun to watch the weak win against the strong. Due to this characteristic of human nature, the number of spectators in the arena where Reynolds appeared skyrocketed. Every arena was packed to the brim. Everyone wanted to know how bad this dark horse could be. Reynolds was so popular that he even overshadowed several strong contenders for the championship in the two academies. Reynolds, who was the idol of many newbies, finally felt the trouble of being famous. Now, whenever he appeared in the academies, there was a high chance that his fans would come up to him and say a lot of words of admiration and advice. Chapter 442. At first, Reynolds thought it was a great honor, but the more he heard these words, the more he felt it was mushy. Now he had no choice but to wear the hermit cloak when he went out, or he would be annoyed to death. Erin and Ham also advanced smoothly without any major threats. On the other hand, Lin Ling would often appear in Reynolds's dormitory. While encouraging him, she would also remind him not to be careless from time to time. After the baptism of the competition, Lin Ling's confidence in Reynolds grew day by day. This was because every battle he fought was always surprising. He seemed to be improving every day, invisible but fast. Lin Ling was very happy. Her judgment was right. After winning another match, Reynolds suggested that they go to a high-class restaurant for a good meal. Erin had no objections, and they hit it off. She was exhausted from all the competition these days. No matter what, she had to replenish her energy. Lin Ling was also there. The two academies were on vacation during the competition, so they could go back and forth freely. At first, Lin Ling ran to Reynolds's dorm all day. Since the dorm was big and there were many rooms, she decided to stay in his dorm. The three of them also called Ham to see if he was interested in having dinner with them. Erin felt very awkward being forced to wear the hermit cloak with Reynolds every time they went out. She joked, "Reynolds, you're a big celebrity in the academy now. Just a casual shout and I'm afraid there will be many young ladies crying and shouting as they throw themselves at you, thirsting for your comfort." With Lin Ling around, Reynolds naturally couldn't discuss women with his roommates. He coughed and said, "It's fine as long as I have Lin Ling. Those women are just a pile of shit in my eyes." Erin almost vomited when she heard that. She used to see him standing by the window of the dormitory, staring at the female students passing by below with interest. Now he was acting all serious, but it was enough to see that he had special feelings for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was very happy to hear this. She held Reynolds's arm tighter. "Little Lin is still the best." She then pinched Reynolds's soft flesh with all her strength. Reynolds grimaced in pain. Erin didn't want to expose Reynolds's pretense and leave a bad impression on Lin Ling. Besides, it was useless no matter what she said. From their daily behavior, it was obvious that their relationship was quite good. As they chatted and laughed, they quickly arrived at Ham's dormitory. However, they heard Ham's painful moans and the curses of others when they arrived at the dormitory villa. "Stinking brat, you think you can act all high and mighty just because you can last a little longer in the knockout round? How dare you talk back to me?" This voice wasn't completely unfamiliar to them. They had even had a conflict before. It was the fat assassin Leopold, whom Reynolds and the others had met in the academy's high-class restaurant for the first time, and a few of his friends who were similar to him. Ham was indeed a very strange person. His qualities were considered very high in the low-level warrior class, and he was more hardworking than anyone else. He was full of courage and ferocity on the battlefield, but once he was off the stage, he became dull and honest, even as timid as a mouse. He was often bullied by others, but he didn't dare to put up any resistance. Erin hated the fatty to begin with. Seeing the situation, she immediately rushed forward to help. With the strength of these people, any one of them could easily take care of all of them. However, Reynolds pulled her back and said, "Wait, don't go over." Erin was puzzled. "Why? Reynolds, are we just going to stand by and watch? That's too immoral, isn't it?" Reynolds sighed and said, "When a person falls, what we need to do is not to help him up, but to let him get up on his own. Otherwise, he won't be able to get up the next time he falls." Reynolds was deeply moved. He had fallen down before, and it was even worse than Ham's. However, he had already crawled up and was standing steadily. Erin didn't fully understand the profound philosophies of Earth, but she vaguely felt that her roommate's words did make some sense. So, she didn't act rashly and waited to see what would happen. "Stinking brat, you've eaten a leopard's gut." Leopold was especially angry today because he had been dumped by the campus bus Doris not long ago. That woman was a promiscuous slut to begin with. This was something the whole school knew. Most of the men who had an affair with her would just go their separate ways after playing with each other. However, Leopold just so happened to be a little innocent. Or perhaps he was infatuated with Doris's sexy body. After being a bus passenger for a while, he really thought he was the driver and wanted to use the bus as a private car. The consequences were obvious. A woman as fickle as Doris wouldn't give up the whole forest for a tree. Soon, she hooked up with another pretty boy. That guy's family was quite influential. Leopold knew he couldn't afford to offend them, so he could only vent his anger on others. Today, he suddenly felt depressed again. When he asked his friends out to look for unlucky people to bully, he just happened to run into Ham on the way. Leopold still had some impression of this pushover who had almost pissed his pants a month or two ago. So, he immediately went up to provoke him. Ham also said a few words, like "Seniors, please let me go." He was a person who was afraid of trouble, but as long as he didn't cause any trouble, he didn't dare talk back. However, Leopold was in a fit of anger and was deliberately looking for trouble. No matter how much Ham bowed, it was useless. He was immediately beaten up by a group of people. He could only cover his head with his hands and beg for mercy. Seeing this, Leopold felt a wave of pleasure. The depression of being dumped also disappeared a lot. He said even more excitedly, "Beat him up. Beat him up." Seeing Ham lying on the ground, beaten up by a few people and bleeding from his head, Erin couldn't stand it anymore. "Reynolds, are we really going to do this?" Reynolds seemed to have a heart of stone. "Yes, there are some things we can't help with." When he was on Earth, he lost a lot and gained a lot. He knew that when he came to Kingsland, the only favor he owed others was to eat and drink for free at Luoyu Bar. But later, Reynolds also gave Skak a large sum of money, so Reynolds didn't feel that he had lost anything. And if Ham continued like this, then he would forever be ashamed of his commoner parents who spent their life savings to send him to school, hoping that he would make a name for himself. Until the few people got tired of beating him up and left while cursing, the situation that Reynolds hoped for still didn't happen. Ham was too honest, so honest that he didn't even have the slightest consciousness of resistance. Only then did Reynolds and the other two walk out from the darkness. Erin asked with concern, "Ham, are you okay?" Ham felt very embarrassed to be seen by his friends like this. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. I'm fine, just a flesh wound." Chapter 443. Reno turned around. "That's good. Shijun, Erin, let's go." Erin was stunned. Then Ham, walking in front of Ham, Reno said coldly, "Brother Ham, you still lack courage. If you continue like this, you'll only be a coward for the rest of your life. Are you sure you want to continue like this? Have you ever thought about your parents who want you to be successful will be heartbroken if they see their son like this?" In truth, he had enough strength to resist. Fatty and the others might not even be his match, but he didn't dare. If Ham was such a coward, Reno didn't think there was any need for him to continue being friends with him. Erin was still hesitating, but Reno had already left. Erin naturally followed him. Erin stomped her feet and followed. Ham watched his only two friends leave in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, he burst into tears and hammered the ground. "No. I'm not a coward. I'm not a coward." The knockout round mercilessly filtered out the weak who were not strong enough to become one of the spectators below the stage. However, there were also strong fellows who were unlucky enough to be excluded. This was a matter of luck. For example, the martial arts academies Wood Element Magic Warrior Vashlaki, the Witch Arts academies Bearman Berserker Khan Dongli, and the Knight Pu Yi. These people weren't weak. Unfortunately, they had run into people stronger than them. In this year's elimination tournament, there were many situations where the strong met on a narrow path. There were so many positions, but they still drew opponents. This was a rare occurrence in the past. Because there were many strong people participating in the elimination tournament, those who were slightly weaker were naturally secretly happy. There were fewer obstacles on the road to fame, so they didn't have to walk so rugged. In addition, there was something even more strange. The number of lower classes that passed this year's elimination tournament was much higher than before. Of course, this had to take into account the Academy's reform of increasing the number of participants. However, many of the lower classes had defeated the higher-ranked students. This was very rare. In the past, it was already the limit for the top 2 or 3 of the lower classes to compete with the higher-ranked students. Thus, many people suspected that the lower classes had all taken drugs to participate in the tournament. Their luck was so good that they dragged down so many of the higher classes. When there were only 1,000 survivors left in each grade, the Academy tournament entered a new schedule, the finals. Reno was a dark horse that could surprise people all day long. It was expected that he would be able to enter the finals, and his two companions had also successfully advanced. Lin Ka was still as ferocious as a tiger on the stage. She was even crazier than before. No one knew if she was stimulated by what had happened that day. With his oppressive aura, he even defeated an assassin who was much stronger than him. Reynolds began to wonder if Hlinka had mistaken his opponent for Leopold when he was present. It was different from the large number of people in the knockout round, which was spread across nearly 100 training grounds of the two academies at the same time. The finals were divided into 5 arenas according to the grade, and the number of people that could be accommodated in these 5 arenas was astonishing. Apart from the teachers and students of the two schools, there were also many important figures from all sides of society, the upper echelons of the human resources department of the guilds, famous nobles, and other guests who might come from afar and appear in the stands. They might be looking for the talents they needed, or showing concern for the growth of the new heroes, or even people who were trying to curry favor with the culture. The fateful duel between the Martial Arts Academy and the Demonic Academy was considered a rare event in the Great Tang, and there was a reason for it. Apart from the fame of the two academies and the large number of people in the Great Tang, it also attracted a large number of people from the upper echelons of the Great Tang. In the first round of the finals, the opponents were still decided by drawing lots, but the opponents were no longer limited to the same specialization. They could be people from any specialization in the same grade. Renault's opponent was an archer. Magic warrior was a very diverse specialization. There were magic warriors, magic knights, magic thieves, magic hunters, magic assassins. Apart from magicians and some other special combat specializations, basically all the other specializations were included. Of course, this included archers, so Renault didn't care. Yuji's opponent was a magician. He could be considered unlucky to have met the genius female magician who was famous throughout the Great Tang. Even if Yuji couldn't show her full strength due to her identity, with her deep understanding of the various magic elements, it would be difficult for the magician to gain any advantage in terms of attack. It could be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. No, there was no chance of survival. Also, Linka's opponent was an assassin. Renault felt that this assassin was also unlucky because of Linka's inexplicable but deeply suppressed hatred for Leopold. However, Renault didn't have the time to think too much about the matter of these two friends, because he had placed all his attention on another extremely important battle, Irin's debut battle, which was also the opening battle of the freshmen's final. Renault was very clear about Irin's strength. She was very powerful, and after Rudolph's guidance, Irin was able to fight him with ease. Of course, Renault wasn't willing to use his full strength. Therefore, Renault was very relieved. The venue of the finals was not just lively. It was even more lively than the Olympic Games on Earth. The atmosphere could be described as crazy. The clamor was like a tsunami, and the countless black heads could make people so nervous that they could not control themselves. This was especially true for the rookies who had participated in the finals for the first time and had never seen such a big scene before. In addition, the various experts and important figures in the VIP seats would also bring about an invisible psychological pressure. There were countless people who were slightly famous in Tang Dynasty, and they could be seen everywhere. The test for the participants of such a grand event was undoubtedly harsh. However, the real talents had to be able to withstand the pressure that ordinary people couldn't. During the invasion of the demonic beasts and the war on the continent, unexpected situations could occur at any time. When the clouds of death and despair wrapped around a person, whether or not he could withstand the pressure was an important question that concerned his or her life. Irin was clearly not used to this kind of stage, and she was a little uncomfortable at the moment. Renault held Irin's small hand tightly and smiled. "Linga, don't worry. Believe in yourself. You can do it." Irin immediately felt relieved when she saw Renault's smile. It was as if there was nothing she couldn't do with Renault by her side. "I heard that the famous singer of Tang Dynasty, Miss Painted Heart, will also be here. Haha, I wonder if the songs in this world are good." Renault muttered to himself. At this moment, the venue suddenly darkened. The transparent barrier at the outermost layer had materialized and blocked the light. All kinds of flames rose from the surroundings of the venue and burned fiercely, adding a bit of a mysterious atmosphere to the finals. The people of King's Mainland weren't too old-fashioned. They still knew how to create momentum. This martial arts venue was a bit like the concert venue of a singer on Earth. Chapter 444. A beautiful MC dressed to the nines walked gracefully onto the stage, and the noisy crowd quieted down. The beautiful MC was obviously very excited to be the MC of this event. Her crisp voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the soundwave loudspeaker. Today is an exciting and special day in Chang'an, as well as the annual grand event of the Tang Empire. The finals of the Academy tournament held by the two famous academies under Randolph will officially begin here. I am honored to represent the teachers and students of the two academies to express my heartfelt welcome and sincere blessings to the distinguished guests who have come from afar. Today's guests include the number one archer of the Tang Empire, Mr. Gandalf, the vice president of the Tang Empire's Magician Guild, Mr. Johann, the vice president of the Tang Empire's Magician Guild, Mr. Matthew, the president of the Magician Guild, Ms. Angelina, the prime minister of Chang'an, Mr. Shangguan, high priest Edward. The beautiful MC's cherry lips continuously spat out a bunch of names. Without exception, these people were all famous figures. If all of them stomped their feet at the same time, the entire Tang Empire would probably shake a few times. Even the host, Castellan Leo, and the representative of the Holy Faith, High Priest Edward, could only be ranked fifth. Only 6 people were introduced, and there were even saint-level powerhouses. The significance of this grand event was obvious. Victoria City's guardian hero, Mr. Bright Controller Fred, and the president of the Sanctuary Guild, Mr. Bossman, hearing these names, Reynolds immediately said to the people around him, "Hey, I remember him. He is the father of the rebellious genius magician, UG, whose whereabouts are still unknown. TSK, this UG is really something. Instead of being a lady, she ran away from home. Speaking of which, the upbringing of this guild is really bad. If I were him, I would definitely beat my daughter up after bringing her home. I guarantee that she won't dare to run away again." UG heard this and glared at Reynolds fiercely. She thought to herself, "No matter how good I am, I can't compare to you. Who in the family doesn't treat me like a treasure? They don't even dare to reprimand me, let alone beat my ass. Where?" The others were also dumbfounded. It was rare to see someone so bold as to attack the daughter of the Sanctuary Guild and the head of the Bossman family in such a big city. Seeing his roommate's excited reaction, Reynolds immediately remembered the strange scene when they saw UG's picture in the magic mirror when they were traveling in Chang'an City last time. He quickly changed the topic and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, Shijun. I almost forgot. That unruly. Oh, no. That angel-like gentle and beautiful Miss UG is your dream lover. I'm sorry. UG didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She liked UG. Narcissism. However, when UG saw the old man coming to the venue, she felt a little uneasy. When it came to her competition, she must not let him see through her. If it was anyone else, UG was confident that she wouldn't expose her identity. However, that person wasn't anyone else. He was UG's father, someone who had watched her grow up. After the earth-shattering names were introduced one by one, what followed was undoubtedly an earth-shattering applause, which lasted for nearly 5 minutes before gradually subsiding. The beautiful host said, "Next, let's welcome the representatives of the tournament, the 2 deans of the Martial Arts Academy and the Demon Academy, as well as the famous Saint Realm warriors, Ms. Angela and Mr. Randolph, to come up and speak." Angela. Hearing this name, Reynolds and Aline looked at each other and then looked at the stage at the same time. Under the warm applause, the 2 presidents slowly walked onto the stage. Reynolds saw Angela's elegance. She was a cute little loli with 2 red ponytails. She had an elegant demeanor. Reynolds sighed. They were both deans, but why did Randolph look like a pig being slaughtered? Reynolds and Erin calmed down when they saw Angela's face. The 2 deans walked to the center of the stage almost at the same time. Randolph's dull face was full of smiles, and he looked very gentlemanly. Then, he warmly greeted his old friend, "Old witch, don't think that your academy will win this competition so easily. Wahahaha." His first sentence scared at least half of the rookies from the 2 academies. "Randolph, you are still so energetic. You are almost like a young man." Angela's smile didn't change, but there was a hidden meaning in her words. She was implying that Randolph was impulsive. Randolph snorted and said, "I'm a straightforward person. It's better than people who are always scheming." Angela said slowly, No matter what we do, the best way is to spend the least amount of effort and finish it in the shortest amount of time. It's very stupid to act recklessly without thinking. When the two met, their personalities were very different. Angela liked to use schemes and was very cunning. Of course, Randolph called it a scheme. Randolph, on the other hand, was brave and good at fighting. However, in Angela's eyes, Randolph was like a bull. Their differing personalities caused their fighting philosophies to be completely different, causing the two of them to quarrel endlessly without end. Even in such a grand occasion of the entire city and even the entire empire, they had to verbally attack each other first. The two respected deans didn't look like powerful people or leaders at all. One of them was like a hooligan on the street, and the other was like a cute old witch. They didn't want to give in to each other. The new students were dumbfounded, while the old students and the guests who had been to the tournament many times were already used to it. If these two fated deans did not engage in a war of words before the opening match, they would have thought that the sun had risen from the west. After Angela and Randolph had trampled on their image as powerful warriors, they finally got to the main topic. They greeted the guests cooperatively and talked about the meaning of this competition. After that, they walked off the stage in opposite directions. Finally, they walked off the stage in opposite directions like strangers. The next person to walk onto the stage wasn't the host. Instead, it was a beautiful woman with long wavy olive hair. She was slim, and she walked to the center of the stage lightly. The flames that were burning in the air were greatly reduced, and the stage was a lot darker. She looked even more elegant and graceful, like an angel who didn't touch the mortal world. Chapter 445. There was another wave of uncontrollable cheers from the stands. The male students were particularly loud because she was Ashen, the singer who was extremely popular in Chang'an. She was a public figure that everyone, be it commoners or aristocrats, liked. Under the effect of the sound wave diffuser, Ashen's unique voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. I am very honored to be able to participate in the opening ceremony of the inter-school competition jointly organized by the Chang'an Academy's Martial Arts Academy and the Academy of Witchcraft. Ashen is here to present a song. I hope that the glory of the god of war, Patadora, can be bathed in the body of every young warrior. You will be the hope of the Tang Empire tomorrow. As a top figure among the female elves, Ashen's voice contained an invisible yet substantial mysterious power. With just a few words, she had stirred up the blood of these new students. They couldn't wait to go on stage and perform immediately to prove that they indeed had the power to contribute greatly to the Tang Empire. In the midst of the dance, Ashen's singing voice had already started, echoing throughout the venue. The melodious and lingering tune made everyone think of the scene of a young girl leaning against the window and singing softly, eagerly waiting for her lover to return from the battlefield. She was proud of her lover, proud, worried, anxious, and all sorts of other complicated feelings intertwined and were displayed in front of everyone through her voice. The anticipation of a lover was a silent but powerful force. Driven by it, the young heroes who only wanted to destroy the magical beasts as soon as possible and reunite with their loved ones would thus unleash their greatest potential and contribute more strength to the defense of the city. This kind of invisible hypnosis effect was sharp and effective. Therefore, hypnotists would become an essential and important force on the battlefield. Other than collectively weakening the imposing manner of the magical beasts, they could also raise the fighting spirit of the warriors on their side. As the tune changed, the gentle and lingering tune in Ashen's voice faded and was replaced by a vigorous and passionate spirit. Her elegant dancing posture also gradually became wilder. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her slender arms and slender legs, together with her waist, twisted in a soul-stirring manner. It was as if she wanted to release all the heat energy in every cell in her body. The beat of the tune gradually tightened, like the loud beating of drums on the battlefield. The warriors' fighting spirit soared amidst the sound of the drums. The moment they stepped onto the battlefield valiantly and with high spirits was like a tangible image that was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. It was difficult to erase it. This was the song of a hero. In order to protect one's homeland, one could lay down one's head, shed one's blood, and advance courageously. Painted Heart ingeniously turned the tenderness of children and the boldness of heroes into seeds of spiritual power, deeply implanting them in the hearts of these rookies. They would slowly germinate until they blossomed and bore fruit. That was the time when the rookies became heroes who protected the country. Everyone present was completely immersed in her heavenly voice, as if they were intoxicated, as if they were collectively hypnotized. Only Reynolds was able to keep his head clear. This was because the vocation on Earth was very popular. He had heard countless good songs that came from his heart, so he had a certain level of immunity. However, the charm of the Painted Heart was indeed irresistible. Reynolds's blood was also surging, and it was hard to suppress. When everyone came back to their senses from their daze, they realized that the song had already stopped, and Painted Heart had left the stage at some point. Good. Miss Hua Xin's song is really wonderful. I've heard of it for a long time. Today, I finally have the pleasure of hearing it. The #1 archer of the Tang Empire, Gandalf, was the first to stand up and applaud Painted Heart's wonderful performance. He was the guest with the highest status and the most qualifications to speak. The others also stood up together, and the applause was thunderous, almost breaking the enchantment of the venue. Reynolds was filled with emotions as he watched from below the stage, but not because of Painted Heart's singing. Instead, he thought of his own Earth. On Earth, he had also seen a concert by a certain heavenly king with the surname Ju. After coming to this world, he didn't even have the chance to listen to music. Irene looked at Reynolds's expression and seemed to understand his thoughts. At this time, she held his hand tightly. Before the momentum of the song died down, the host announced that the battle was about to begin. Irene was also filled with confidence at this time. She said to Reynolds, "Little Lin, I will definitely win." Reynolds smiled and said, "I believe in Ling Er. Go." Irene's first battle wasn't as difficult as she thought it would be. In terms of strength, her opponent was much weaker than her. Also, he was a barbarian warrior who wasn't good at long-range attacks. After being entangled by Irene's flexible water elemental puppets, he couldn't even use his brute force. He was defeated before he could even touch Irene's clothes. He admitted defeat because he couldn't even move. If he continued to fight, he would only become a free sandbag for the other powerful water elemental puppets. While Reynolds and the others were celebrating Irene's victory, Randolph and Angela were sitting on the stage in the distance. "Hey, old man." Randolph was angry when he heard Angela calling him that. He said, "What's wrong, old witch? Do you want to fight?" Surprisingly, Angela didn't get angry. She just sighed and said, "Randolph, let's get down to business. What do you think of the kids named Reynolds and Irene?" Randolph thought for a while and said, "They are talented. Heroes come from young. They are two good seeds." Angela paused for a second and said, "You think so too?" The first day of the finals ended, and it was the weekend. Due to the tight schedule, the contestants were under a lot of pressure. Therefore, the school still had a holiday to let the contestants have a good rest. Reynolds was the same as usual. In the next match, he drew Meredith, who was regarded as the most likely contender for the champion of the Demonic Paths freshmen. She had the nickname of Female Tyrannosaurus, the human berserker Meredith. But this was not the most important thing. What made him depressed was Leon's battle today. Dark spiritual energy was the nemesis of any elemental spiritual energy. Only the light element was the absolute nemesis of dark spiritual energy. All other elements would be greatly suppressed by dark spiritual energy. As for Knight Leon, who was the ruler of darkness, he was able to fully utilize the advantages of his dark spiritual energy. His opponent, the hunter Spencer, was a famous figure in the martial arts academy. He was skilled in earth element spiritual energy, and could even use solid armor. Both his attack and defense were top-notch. However, he was suppressed by Leon and lost miserably on the spot. Spencer's skills made Leon's defense impenetrable. He couldn't even touch a finger of Leon's. This was very disappointing. If Leon was a reckless person, he could at least take advantage of the flaws. However, Leon was as careful as a fox. Reynolds could tell that with Leon's level, there was a 99% chance that he would lose. Also, Leon would graduate from Randolph Academy in 1 year. With his powerful strength and family background, he would be able to become a general in the army. Chapter 446. If there was a chance to fight him, then he would be considered an official opponent. However, he was a fifth-year student after all. It was impossible for him to fight a first-year student. After all, the rules did not allow it. But even if he was such a character, how would he compare to the heroes he had met? The second round of the freshman finals was about to be a climactic battle. On one side was the dark horse Reynolds, darker than ink, and on the other side was Meredith, known as the female T-Rex. The female T-Rex berserker Meredith was actually not as ugly as a T-Rex. In fact, she was quite a pretty female student, full of masculine and wild beauty. When Reynolds first saw Meredith, he felt that she was very much like the overbearing flowers on earth. They were both powerful women who did not lose out to men. Meredith's personality was very fiery, and she was a berserker who was good at increasing her strength and defense in an instant. Therefore, she was often more violent than her opponent when fighting with men. She liked to fight with force, like a storm of crazy attacks, almost ignoring defense. Men were naturally prideful. If they were defeated by gorgeous magic or clever skills, then so be it. But if they were defeated by a woman in a head-on battle, then they would lose all face and their self-esteem would be greatly hurt. Therefore, Meredith had the elegant nickname of female T-Rex. When Meredith found out that her opponent was Reynolds, she immediately focused her attention on the battle. She also wanted to see how powerful this so-called dark horse who hid his strength was. Reynolds had a bold idea. He could not stand girls being so strong, and also could not stand girls being so manly. Moreover, this girl was quite pretty. So Reynolds decided to use some effective methods to help this Meredith become more feminine. Reynolds and Meredith stood on the stage, looking at each other. Meredith was the first to lose her cool, and said, "Reynolds, I have heard of your reputation. Today, I want to experience it." Reynolds sighed, and thought to himself, is it really good for a girl to be so manly? Isn't she worried that she won't be able to marry? Thinking of this, Reynolds was too lazy to speak. A plan came to his mind, and his eyes could not help but size up Meredith's body. Meredith was shocked. When she realized that Reynolds's eyes had been on her body a few times, she reacted and could not help but yell, "Reynolds, die." After saying this, she rushed towards Reynolds with her weapon. She felt that Reynolds's gaze was really vicious. Meredith suspected that if they weren't in public, he would have pounced on her at any time, pressed her to the ground, and raped her 100 times. The thought made her hair stand on end. After a few rounds, his moves were really too shameless. For example, his hands were always greeting her full breasts. Although Meredith's personality had deviated from the normal path and was somewhat masculine, she was still a woman and still valued her feminine pride very much. If she was hit by that punch, she would probably be flattened like an airport runway. Even the priests would not be able to heal her. She would cry herself to death if that happened. The ones above were still all right, but the one that made her want to vomit blood the most was when she launched a fierce attack, forcing him to the point where he almost revealed a flaw. This Reynolds would use his spiritual energy to conjure a long popsicle and attack her lower body. In this way, Meredith could no longer ignore defense like before and put all her energy into defense. That place was a woman's vital part, and no matter how strong her defense was, it would be useless. If she was careless and let the sword pierce in, the duel would become a live broadcast of an adult film. Meredith regretted underestimating Reynolds's vulgarity, or else she would have definitely made a set of metal underwear beforehand. Almost all the female students in the audience were cursing in their hearts, "Beast." And the male students who watched Reynolds fight for the glory of their male compatriots were carefree and happy. Wonderful, really wonderful. There was actually such a brilliant way to break it. Especially those who had been violently defeated by Meredith in the competition and whose young hearts had been greatly traumatized. They wished they could just shout, "Fight her head on, fight her head on, Student Reynolds, we support you unconditionally." Even UG felt ashamed for her roommate, and considered whether or not she should pretend not to know him when he came down later. Some of the strong people in the audience nodded, some shook their heads. They were all people who knew what was good for them. Reynolds had very accurately grasped his opponent's weakness, and used the least amount of spiritual energy to resolve fierce attacks, getting through crisis after crisis. This was something they had to admit. But this move was really a bit too ungentlemanly. Those who were more moral felt that he was really too shameless, while those who were more flexible felt that it was very clever. And in war, no one cared what methods you used, as long as you could defeat them, then you were a hero. Meredith could only rely on those few pills to barely resist Reynolds's attacks. She was originally a woman who did not scheme, and her opponent's tricky attacks were so hard to guard against. She repeatedly took them all, and after running out of ammunition and food, Meredith knew that she had no chance of winning, and could only admit defeat. After the referee announced the result of the match, Reynolds gracefully cupped his hands and said, "Meredith, thank you for letting me win." Meredith was not so polite, and used all her remaining strength to fiercely throw the big axe in her hand to the ground, smashing a big hole. She was extremely dissatisfied with this extremely depressing defeat, and said angrily, "Good, Reynolds, I will always remember you, the most shameless person in the world." She did not even bother to give her blessings for her opponent's advancement, and directly left the stage without looking back. But she still had hope of advancing. The finals were different from the knockout round, and it was not a single round of elimination. Those who had lost in the same academy would have to continue fighting to fight for the last 5 spots in the second year's competition. This was a special rule set by the academy to effectively prevent outstanding students from fighting each other. Any side had the strength to enter the finals, but there would always be one side that had to be eliminated. Even if they lost, they still had one more chance. "Next time, if your temper is still so violent, I will train you even harder." Tilda Reynolds looked at Meredith's back and teased her. Meredith was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she quickened her pace. This action instantly won the support and cheers of the male students on the field. The applause from the audience was louder than any other battle. Reynolds was like a hero who had made an immortal achievement. Almost all the male students were enthusiastically calling out his name, while the boos from the female students were powerlessly drowned out by the applause. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. This was the rule of the game, and no one could change it. When Reynolds walked off the stage, a very wretched old man with a few tufts of a goatee from the VIP seats by the aisle came over to greet him. "Reynolds, well done." Chapter 447. Reynolds hurriedly replied. Most of the people who could sit in the VIP seats had a high status in the society. But there were too many people introduced at the conference, so he couldn't remember who this guest was. He could only awkwardly say, "Honorable sir, you are overpraising me." It was very rude to not be able to call out the name of such a famous person. But the old man didn't seem to mind at all. He beamed with joy and said, "My name is Skak. I just saw your wonderful move and was very interested. If we have time, let's find some time to study it and make it more perfect. How about it?" Reynolds almost fell over. Was this something an elder should say? After taking a few more glances at the old man's wretched face, he finally dared to confirm that he had found a comrade in this world. This was an open pervert, and a top-grade pervert at that. He was even more perverted than himself. Reynolds didn't know whether to agree or refuse. He nodded a few times and then pushed it over. "Who is that person?" Eileen asked. Reynolds replied, "He said his name is Skak." Eileen said, "Skak. He is the thief, Mr. Skak. But he also has a nickname, Pervert." Ah! Hearing this nickname, Reynolds finally understood why Skak was so interested in his dirty moves. Eileen whispered, "Birds of a feather flock together." Reynolds's state was very brave. He had a tendency to kill anyone who tried to stop him. He had very few lesbian generals under him. And Eileen and Linka also staggered their way in. 2 rookies in the lower class who didn't have any fame could reach this stage. It was shocking. But the audience knew that they were Reynolds's friends. They thought that the people around this dark horse were tainted with a bit of darkness. When there were only 30 people left in the year competition, The year-skipping competition also began. When Reynolds and Eileen went to draw lots, Reynolds unexpectedly drew a person, Dark Knight Leon of the Magic Academy's 5th year. Reynolds had a bad premonition. Looking at Eileen, her eyes were full of confidence. Reynolds was relieved. After all, she was Jiao Chan's direct disciple. That night, Reynolds, Shijun, Eileen, and Linka had a meal together. The second day of the competition went on as usual. The highlight of the day was the battle between the water mage Irene and the Dark Knight Leon. Renaud looked anxiously at Irene and Leon, who were already standing on the stage. He would rather Irene lose than stay on the stage for too long. He felt that something was wrong. Elena was sitting right beside him. Seeing that Reynolds was like an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting uneasily, he comforted him. "Reynolds, don't worry. With Leon's character, he won't reveal his true face in this kind of situation, especially when his opponent is a woman." Reynolds knew this as well, but he was too concerned about Erin. Erin was more important to him than he was himself. However, it was useless to be anxious now. He could only pray for the blessings of the gods. The whistle to announce the start of the match soon sounded. Leon immediately saluted her. "Student Irene, please advise me." His face was full of smiles, as if he had forgotten all about the unpleasantness of being rejected by Erin a few months ago. The commentator sighed and said, "Student Leon is a proud student of the Demonic Path Academy. He was the champion of the last tournament. He is also the son of the Joint Guild President, Gith, but he doesn't put on any airs. He enthusiastically guides the younger students to improve their strength. He is a good example for all of us to learn from." Seeing that Leon was so polite, Irene couldn't be too cold. "Student Leon. It is Irene's honor to be able to fight with you. Please advise me." After the whistle for the official match sounded, Leon wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he stood still and waited. Fighting against the mage profession. The best and most shameless method was to chase after the enemy before the spell was cast. Otherwise, once the spell was cast, it would be very difficult to get away. However, Leon didn't do that. His demeanor won another round of applause. Irene was surprised, but she didn't hold back. Her left and right hands flashed with 7-colored light, and then there was a water blue mud-like thing on each of her back. It kept squirming and changing, like a child pinching a toy. Not long after, 2 small puppets appeared in her hands. They quickly enlarged in the wind, and their physical shapes could be clearly seen. One of them was a gourd-shaped water puppet. It had no limbs, and its whole body was transparent flowing water. Because it didn't have a skeleton or something hard to support it, its body twisted and turned in a very strange way. It only had 2 eyes. Other than that, it didn't have any other human organs. Reynolds had heard Irene give this water puppet a name, Shui Shui. It was a very cute name, similar to its appearance. The other golden puppet wasn't so cute. It looked like a stegosaurus from ancient Earth. It had 2 rows of sharp steel teeth, and its body was covered with sharp blade-like barbs. It flashed with a terrifying light. Its name was Thorny Kue. It was easy to see that these 2 puppets were used for attack and defense. Under normal circumstances, mags would gather elements to summon apostles to protect themselves. The most important thing before a battle was to create defensive puppets to protect their weak bodies. This was to prevent them from being unable to withstand the sudden attack of the opponent and being defeated. However, Leon didn't do what the others did. Therefore, Irene had enough time to create 2 puppets, one for attack and one for defense. Of course, Shui Shui was loyal to her master to protect her at all times. Thorny Kue didn't attack either. It roared softly and stared at Leon like a tiger watching its prey, as if it was warning him. At this moment, it was acting as another kind of defense and suppression. If Leon wanted to launch a surprise attack, he would have to go through it first. Leon was still standing leisurely. He didn't have any intention to attack. It was as if he was playing a game and not fighting. The commentator and the audience below the stage were full of praise for his confidence. Seeing Leon's indifferent look, Irene didn't dare to attack rashly. She was a little strange. Similarly, she didn't make a sound and secretly made a few different types of defensive apostles: a flame spider with a scorching heat wave, a golden armored giant with a sledgehammer in his hand, a flexible and tenacious wooden python, and an electric spirit with electricity all over its body. In the end, 5 water eagles appeared from Irene's hands. They fluttered and flew above Leon. They circled and danced in various angles, ready to attack at any time. The screams from their mouths could also disturb the enemy's mind. They were indeed very smart puppets. In this way, the defense was foolproof. Seeing those living, colorful elemental puppets, the audience felt that their horizons had been broadened and they were amazed. In the past, Irene only needed to make 4 to 5 puppets once. At most, she would be able to win after 3 tries. This time, there were 11 puppets in a row. Moreover, they used metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and a total of 7 elements. There were elements in the sky and on the ground. The angles and methods of attack were different. It was really difficult to deal with. It seemed that Irene didn't dare to underestimate Leon at all. She was completely serious. Chapter 448. Every time he saw Irene's puppets, Reynolds would be amazed. Even in a place as advanced as Earth science, creating life was a big problem, but a magician could do it easily. Moreover, the puppets had self-awareness when they were born. They could protect their master and use skills to defend or attack. It was really amazing. Looking at the 10 puppets surrounding Leon, the audience started to worry for him. He was in a precarious situation in the tight encirclement. Holy water goddess, please grant me the endless elemental power of the heavens and earth. Seeing that the time was ripe, Irene chanted a water attack spell and controlled all the apostle puppets to attack Leon together. After receiving the order to attack, the 3 water eagles screeched and swooped down. The golden armored giant waved his sledgehammer, the electric spirit opened its electric limbs, and the flaming spiders surrounded Leon and pounced on him. The wood python, thorny chief, and the remaining 2 water eagles in the sky stayed outside. If Leon escaped, they would immediately entangle with him and let the other puppets who missed their attacks reform the encirclement, trapping the enemy in it. Other than being smart, these puppets were also disciplined and had the ability to cooperate in groups. They knew how to use strategy to win. This showed how high the quality of Irene's consciousness was. After more than a month of school life, her strength had obviously increased by a lot. Reynolds was relieved. Looking at the 6 puppets rushing down from above, Leon immediately put on a defensive posture and dark aura exploded from his hands. However, at this moment, his feet suddenly seemed to be entangled by something and he could no longer move. Croak. A large piece of the ground in the venue protruded, and an earth frog appeared out of thin air. It rolled out a long tongue of earth and firmly sealed Leon's feet. Hey! The audience was shocked. When was this earth frog made? Why didn't they see it just now? Only Reynolds, who was familiar with Irene's moves, knew the reason. The first puppet that Irene made was not the water or thorny chief, but this earth frog. However, she had done it secretly. She had thrown it on the ground without anyone noticing, allowing it to blend into the soil of the venue and grow on its own. Then, she had used the exchange of elements to quietly move to Leon's feet in the soil and launch a surprise attack. It was a clever move that could not be defended against. Seeing that Leon was trapped, the rest of the puppets showed expressions of joy. They seemed to have human emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. The audience found it a little funny. However, their fierce attacks weren't funny at all. Seeing that Leon's movements had been sealed, everyone was worried. Could it be that the most popular candidate for champion was going to be defeated in the first wave of attacks? Irene's magic attack was about to land on Leon. At this moment, Leon's entire body was engulfed in black gas, and only a cocoon-like thing could be seen. Irene's magic attack and the 6 puppets hit the cocoon almost at the same time. The seemingly defenseless gas, however, no matter whether it was the magic attack, the claws of the water hawk, the fireball of the fire spider, the hammer of the golden armored giant, or the electric shock of the thunder spirit, all of them disappeared silently after entering the cocoon, like stones sinking into the sea. The commentator said excitedly, "Dark shelter. The power of darkness." Compared to the other types of combat chi, the dark and light types of combat chi were much more difficult to cultivate, which was why the commentator was so surprised. The black gas dissipated, and Leon's figure appeared in front of everyone again. He wasn't hurt at all, and it seemed that he had resolved all the attacks. The tongue of the earth frog that wrapped around his feet had also turned into a pile of dust. The dark type was the nemesis of all elements except for the light type. It really lived up to its name. Irene was also secretly surprised by Leon's dark shelter. According to the information provided by Irene, Leon had never shown this move before, not even in the final battle of the competition last year. She guessed that he hadn't learned it yet. The elemental puppets had a lot of emotions, but they didn't have a heart of fear. Seeing that the first wave of attacks didn't work, they immediately prepared to launch the second round. However, Leon acted first. He kneaded his hands and a cloud of black gas came out. It became thicker and finally became a viscous ink-like liquid. The commentator quickly added, "I had the honor of seeing elemental liquefaction in the last competition. I believe that many of the old students are familiar with it. However, for the fairness of the duel, I won't reveal its name and use for the time being." Soon, the audience knew its use. The viscous black liquid in Leon's hands was divided into 11 small streams and shot towards the 11 elemental puppets that surrounded him. The golden-armored giant closest to him was the first to be hit. A pool of viscous liquid stained its weapon and body. Then, something terrible happened. The hard metal armor and giant hammer, as if they had touched sulfur, rapidly emitted thick smoke. Then, they were corroded and melted. Not long after, the entire mighty golden-armored giant was destroyed by the viscous liquid, and there was no intact skin on its body. The other puppets that were hit by the viscous liquid, such as the earth frogs, fire spiders, wood pythons, acanthus, and electric goblins, were in the same situation. Only the water eagles were agile enough to dodge quickly. However, one of them was unlucky enough to have its wings stained by the viscous liquid. No matter how hard it flapped, it couldn't fly and fell to the ground with a whine. Did everyone see its effect? It is to corrode any element or thing made of elements other than the light type. The terrible dark corrosion, the commentator explained to the audience. The effect of this move was obvious to all. Even if he explained it, it wouldn't affect the fairness of the competition. Eileen and Renaud were very nervous. Leon's move was too overbearing and vicious. In one move, he had already destroyed 7 to 8 apostles that Eileen had painstakingly made. This competition was too difficult to fight. The chances of winning were not optimistic. Eileen's expression changed, but quickly returned to normal. She calmly released a group of wind bees. These miniature puppets were small and agile. Even the dark corrosion would be difficult to hit. Moreover, it required less spiritual power. In the previous battles, Eileen had already cultivated a good psychological quality. More importantly, she urgently wanted to prove in front of Lin Tian that she was already a strong person. She didn't disappoint Renaud, who entrusted her to Jiao Chan. Leon wanted to take the opportunity to pursue, but his foot tripped and he almost fell. When he steadied himself and looked over, it was the earth frog that had merged with the ground of the venue. This was the second time he had been ambushed by the elusive earth frog. Leon couldn't understand. Normally, elemental puppets would collapse after being damaged to a certain extent. That earth frog was the closest to him. It should have been the most severely damaged by the dark corrosion. However, it was completely fine and vigorous. What was going on? Chapter 449. Leon was shocked to find that not only the earth frog, but the other puppets that had been damaged by his dark corrosion were also rapidly repairing themselves. The most shocking thing was that the fire spider, which had lost its 3 legs, had regrown its limbs and once again surrounded Leon. The commentator shouted, "I know. This is a high-level water magic, water god's power. It can heal and restore all damage and corrosion. I didn't expect Irene to be able to use high-level magic as a freshman. Oh my god. This is amazing." The commentator continued to analyze the situation in real time. I think student Leon is in big trouble now. If he doesn't concentrate on killing one or a few of the puppets, they will be able to regenerate infinitely. They will continue to pester the enemy until he is completely exhausted and has no combat ability left. However, if he only deals with one or a few puppets, how will he deal with the other puppets' attacks? Just as he said, Leon's situation was getting worse and worse. What's worse was that Irene was still releasing her puppets one by one, completely surrounding him from the inside out. He could dodge a few, a dozen, but he couldn't dodge dozens. Even if Leon could use the light body technique to dodge the encirclement, he couldn't attack the puppet master Irene in time and was immediately entangled. Then the other puppets surged in and drowned him in an instant. So the only thing Leon could do was to release the dark body defense Do-Chi again and again to defend himself. He had no power to fight back in the storm. Irene knew that her magic power was useless against Leon's overbearing dark body defense Do-Chi, so she could only use the elemental apostles she created to attack him. The audience was shocked to the core as they watched. Judging others by their own standards, they would have been defeated countless times if they had been attacked so crazily. No one thought that this cute and beautiful girl would be so powerful. Everyone's attention was diverted by her sweet appearance. It was hard to connect her to a top powerhouse. Seeing that she had forced Leon into such a sorry state and that he would collapse at any time, everyone looked at her in a new light. After releasing a huge number of puppets, Irene finally felt the strain. She swallowed all 5 pills. She planned to end Leon in this wave of attacks. From the current situation, she had the absolute upper hand. Even if Leon grew wings, he wouldn't be able to fly out of the encirclement. There were still a bunch of puppets in the sky. Irene wasn't the only one with this idea. Everyone in the audience, including Reno and Elena, thought so. Even if they thought things were too simple, they couldn't find a reason to lose. The simple reason, perhaps, was because this tactic was abnormal. Leon's dark body defense Do-Chi was getting weaker and weaker. Anyone could see that he was close to running out of spiritual power, and only 1 pill left. The distance between him and Erin was at least 700 to 800 meters. This distance was almost 100% safe zone. Unless Leon could attack like an archer. Furthermore, even an archer would only be able to pose a limited threat when faced with an overwhelming number of attacks. Coupled with the fact that they were so far away and the fact that the other party had a puppet to assist them in defense. Just when everyone had no choice but to accept the unexpected result of Leon's loss, a large cloud of black gas suddenly appeared out of thin air about 400 meters in front of Irene. The audience, who originally thought that Leon's defeat was inevitable, suddenly had a glimmer of hope. If he lost so easily, then this battle would be too boring. Of course, Reno and Elena wouldn't find it boring. The sooner Leon lost, the more interesting and satisfying they would find it. Seeing that something was wrong, they couldn't help but feel nervous. This cloud of black gas that appeared out of thin air was really strange. Elena had spent a lot of effort on Leon, but the information she found didn't mention it. She couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. But now it seemed that Irene's side had a greater advantage. Perhaps Leon just wanted to make a final struggle. The two could only guess. Irene was also very surprised. She immediately used what little spiritual power she had left to make a turtle-shaped gold-type puppet. This was used to prevent Leon's dark corrosion. Even if it couldn't completely break it, it could at least block it. There was also a wood spirit tree with vigorous vitality. Its branches were like vines that could freely extend. Although the turtle-shaped puppet's defense was strong, it lacked flexibility. This wood spirit tree could make up for its shortcomings and prevent unexpected situations from happening. The black gas was like water from a spring, constantly gushing out, churning, and the area was getting bigger and bigger. The audience stared at it nervously. Everyone knew that this was Leon's only hope, but no one could guess what skill it was. Could it be dark corrosion? Or some other long-range attack that could be controlled from 400 meters away? It was mysterious and unpredictable. In the distance, the black gas on Leon's body became weaker and weaker. Finally, it completely disappeared. His figure was completely exposed in front of the elemental puppets. The puppets swarmed forward, each using their own skills. However, they held back a little. Irene was always a kind girl and didn't want to kill Leon. At the beginning of the battle, she had already ordered the puppets not to kill Leon. Ah! The audience cried out in disappointment and joy. They were disappointed that Leon didn't have time to launch his dying attack and couldn't see a more exciting scene. They were happy for Irene's supporters. Irene was deeply loved in the academy because of her innocence and cuteness, just like a little angel. Bang! The puppets' skills didn't deviate from their path, nor were they obstructed. However, they actually passed through the enemy's body and hit the ground. What was going on? The audience's eyes widened as they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Then, Leon's body began to distort and become fainter and fainter. Finally, he completely disappeared. Only a group of puppets were left staring at each other, not knowing what to do. Not to mention the puppets with limited intelligence, even the smart humans couldn't figure it out. However, the secret was soon revealed. The answer was the black gas in front of Irene. However, it was no longer in a ball shape. It was in a regular oval shape, like a strange door. And Leon had actually stepped out of this door directly. Dark teleportation. Leon, that kid, is actually so strong that he can already use spatial skills. Philip solved the doubts that even the commentator couldn't solve. Dark teleportation's ability was to create a spatial breakthrough outside the encirclement when one was surrounded. Then, the user's body could directly cross through space and arrive there. It could be said to be a life-saving skill. Of course, the amount of spiritual power needed to create a dark space was immeasurable. Otherwise, with Leon's tyrannical strength, he could at least hold on for 10 more minutes under the crazy attacks of the puppets. Chapter 450. In addition to the huge amount of spiritual power, the dark teleportation also took a lot of time. Leon had just learned it and was forced to use it. It took at least a minute to complete it. Fortunately, not many people had heard of this rare skill. Irene did not know how to summon the puppets back to guard the dark teleportation door first. Otherwise, Leon would have been done for. The victory or defeat of the masters was just a moment's difference. Renault was about to faint. Although the situation was still good 2 seconds ago, the situation was now rapidly reversed. If the black gas was just an attack skill, then Irene would undoubtedly have more than a 90% chance of winning. But now it was Leon himself who came out. His spiritual power was almost exhausted. Irene, who had weak defensive power and could not summon the puppets back in time, was in imminent danger. With Leon's light body technique, even if he rushed in front of the fastest eagle, it would not be difficult to knock down Irene. The audience was in an uproar. They did not expect to be able to come back from the dead in such a desperate situation. The horror of the Dark Knight was really not to be underestimated under any circumstances. After jumping out of the portal, Leon immediately stuffed the rest of the elixirs into his mouth, and then used the light body technique to jump towards Irene. This was a very fast knight skill, Savage Charge. Although he was 400 meters away, it would take him less than 10 seconds to catch up with Irene. At this time, the wood spirit tree actually used its branches to roll Irene back and threw her far away. Irene's rapid change was also amazing. Limited by her weak spiritual power, she was a magician, and her light body technique was not good. With the help of the puppets, her speed was much faster. After the wood spirit tree sent Irene far away, it successively threw the metal turtle and Shui together, while it stayed in place. The branches of the wood spirit tree were flexible, but the movement of the whole tree was very slow. It could only let the other 2 companions protect the master first, and then slowly retreat. A group of magical beasts in the distance and the master's mind were connected and immediately received the crisis message. In the rumbling sound, they followed closely behind Leon. Among them, 6 wind eagles were the fastest. Leon was the first to crash into the wood spirit tree. Dark corrosion shot out like an arrow, melting all the vines that wrapped around him. After that, he rushed towards Irene without stopping. It was unknown if it was because this wave of attacks had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, but his speed had slowed down. The Wind Eagle also quickly closed the distance between them. When Erin came to the edge of the field and had nowhere to run, Leon was only 10 meters away from her. The black gas on his body circulated again and covered his whole body. Unlike the protective spiritual energy and dark corrosion, the black gas on Leon's body was intertwined in a net. He stretched out his limbs, trying to stretch the net as wide as possible to catch his prey. It was like a huge spider web. Fear finally crept into Erin's eyes. She was still a girl who had never experienced a battle before. It was rare for her to be able to remain calm. Just as she was about to dodge, Leon's eyes flashed like stagnant water, without any signs of life. Erin froze on the spot and lost the ability to move in an instant. This was a mind control skill that Leon had been secretly practicing, Netherworld pupil. Leon's arms and legs contracted forward at the same time. A large net made of black gas covered the sky and floated towards Erin. Just as Reynolds thought it was a sealing skill, Skargi's face suddenly changed. Not good, Dark Soul. Although Reynolds didn't know what Dark Soul was, he had a bad feeling from Skargi's tone and the name of the skill. From the moment Erin accepted the duel with Leon, he had a bad premonition, but it was faintly discernible. Premonitions were things that no one could say for sure, so Reynolds didn't try to stop it. Now it seemed that the premonition might unfortunately come true. In a hurry, Reynolds immediately jumped out from the audience. Even if Erin admitted defeat, he couldn't let any harm come to the person closest to him. Unfortunately, Reynolds was too late. When Erin was freed from the spiritual restraint of Netherworld pupil, the black net had already covered her completely. There was no time to dodge. At the same time, the 6 Wind Eagles had also arrived. They flew through the air, each drawing 2 wind blades. 12 wind blades met in the air, fusing into a large wind claw and falling directly on Leon's back. This was a group skill similar to a magical beast's. Its power was several times greater than a single skill. As the audience screamed, Erin and Leon were thrown out of the arena at the same time. Leon screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He then hit the enchantment barrier and bounced back to the ground. Erin, on the other hand, didn't say a word. She flew toward the enchantment barrier and melted it effortlessly. Erin wrapped Erin and continued to fly to the ground in front of the audience seats. All the elemental puppets had collapsed at this time, indicating that this was a bad omen. Linger. A nervous voice sounded. Naturally, it was Reynolds. He flew over and hurriedly picked up Erin. Looking at Erin in his arms, Reynolds was shocked to find that her eyes were closed and she had already fainted. The black net on her body was still crazily drilling into her body like a leech. Reynolds panicked and used the power of purification, trying to pull the black net out. However, it broke as soon as he tore it, as if it didn't have a physical body. It continued to melt into Erin's delicate body and soon disappeared. Erin's face was as dark as death. The healthy ruddiness of the past was gone. The commentator came back to his senses from the thrilling battle. It seems that this was a fierce battle where both sides were injured. Erin's situation is not good, but you can't blame Leon entirely. Making a magician lose the ability to move is the best way to break the puppet's attack. Also, the situation was critical at the time, and he seemed to be badly injured. Leon seemed to be cooperating with the commentator. He actually flew over, stumbling. When he arrived in front of the two, he seemed to be very shocked and said loudly, "Miss Erin, are you all right?" However, after turning his back to everyone, his face, which had always been quite graceful, revealed a fleeting sinister look. He used the power of telepathy and said to Reynolds alone, "If I can't have it, then I'll destroy her, haha." Reynolds pointed at Leon, trembling all over. You. He now knew that Leon had slowed down at the last moment on purpose. It was not that his spiritual power was insufficient. From the power of the Dark Soul trap, it was not a problem for Leon to maintain the light body spell. It was just that he had to create the illusion that he was being chased by the elemental puppet and had no choice but to deal with the puppet master, the spiritualist. This way, he would not leave a bad reputation in front of the audience. In addition, he was putting on a good show, caring for the injuries of the loser. This move could be said to be extremely beautiful, without any trace. However, he had miscalculated greatly. He did not expect Erin to be able to force him to use the dark teleportation, which he was not yet proficient in. He almost failed miserably. In the end, the Wind Eagle's group attack also hurt him a little, since he had almost used up all of his spiritual power after the Dark Soul trap. However, as a cold-hearted person, he would rather suffer a small injury in exchange for Erin's current situation. Reynolds shouted furiously, "I'm going to kill you." A long sword appeared in his hand and he stabbed towards Leon. Leon did not dodge and pretended to be very guilty. Of course, he would not be killed by Reynolds' attack because Dean Randolph had arrived in time and blocked Reynolds' sword. "Dean, let me go." Reynolds' eyes were red. He began to gather his spiritual power and was ready to kill Leon. However, Randolph's hands were unusually strong. He was tightly bound and could not move at all. "Reynolds, calm down. This is not a competition. Go and treat your girlfriend first." Reynolds immediately came to his senses. Randolph was right. The next competition would be between him and Leon. In reality, killing someone would have to pay with one's life. However, in a competition, there was no need to take responsibility for accidentally killing someone. Now, the most important thing was to treat Erin. Chapter 451. Reynolds didn't give Leah to the magistrate. Instead, he carried her delicate body and quickly rushed to a certain place in the venue. That was where Miss Angelina, the president of the Magistrate Guild, was seated. Although the cautious Reynolds didn't stop Leah's competition in the end, he was already prepared for the unexpected. He had long noticed Angelina's position because she was the strongest magistrate on the continent. Reynolds directly used Lighten to float over the heads of the group of students, arriving in front of Angelina in the shortest time possible. "I beg you, Honorable Madam Angelina, please save Leah. I will never forget your great kindness." Magistrates were originally a profession full of charity, and Leah was an important new talent in Chang'an. Angelina immediately said, "Reynolds, don't worry, I will do my best." Her face was a little solemn. "But Leah's situation is not good. I have to find a secluded place immediately to cast the spell. Can you leave her with me temporarily?" Reynolds, of course, trusted Angelina. He hurriedly said, Yes, thank you, Miss Angelina." After getting consent, Angelina used her spiritual power to perform emergency treatment on Leah, then carried her and flew away. The audience at the scene was a little surprised by the sudden change, and there was a lot of discussion. Reynolds turned his gaze back to Leon, who was limping and pretending to be injured. He pointed at him and said word by word, "Leon, I'm going to kill you in the competition." Leon was still continuing his wonderful Oscar-winning performance, slowly walking out of the venue with the help of others. When he heard Reynolds's words, he turned around and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Reynolds. I was too anxious and used too much force. I hurt Leah. I'm very sad too, and I'm very sorry about this." Everyone was also deceived by Leon's realistic acting, and they all tried to persuade him. "Reynolds, I don't think Senior Leon did it on purpose. Look, he's also injured quite badly." "Shut up," Reynolds said coldly. "If anyone pokes their nose into other people's business, I'll kill you first." Everyone suddenly fell silent, afraid of getting into trouble. According to Reynolds's personality, he was definitely someone who would do what he said. Leon thought for a moment and said, "Since Student Reynolds is angry, I have no choice. I can only not use my full strength in the competition. Just take it as letting Reynolds vent his anger and expressing my sincere apology to Leah." The time was 3 days later, the last round of the year-skipping competition. Student Reynolds should know about it. Furthermore, Student Reynolds, your mind is in a bit of a mess right now. I'm afraid the battle won't be fair. In fact, he was the one who had suffered some minor injuries and would not be able to recover in a short period of time. But when he said this, it seemed as if he was making plans for Reynolds, which won the praise of everyone. Reynolds, on the other hand, became a narrow-minded villain. Reynolds was not a hypocrite, nor did he want to be. He only wanted to avenge Leah. He did not need to care about what everyone thought of him. Seeing Leon's calm attitude, he immediately said, "Very good." Leon didn't say anything more and walked towards the back of the venue. Looking at the unconscious Leah on the hospital bed, her face still ashen and bloodless, Reynolds felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart. He hugged his head in pain. Anyone could see that Leah's situation was not good. Miss Angelina had already done her best, even using the self-damaging high-level priestess skill, goddess baptism, but she was still unable to completely remove the dark energy in Leah's body. In addition to Philip's precious life-saving elixirs, they could only temporarily stabilize the bad situation. Dark Soul Trap was a tyrannical and insidious corrosive skill that could greatly damage the human base spirit. If it was not for the strongest priestess, President Angelina's rescue, Leah would very likely have died on the spot. She was temporarily saved, but whether she could survive the critical period and wake up was still unknown. It was a big problem that no one could guarantee. Leon was ruthless and merciless, and he showed no mercy to little girls. Just as he said, "If you can't get it, then you have to destroy it." Seeing the usually cheerful Reynolds become like this, Elena felt an indescribable pain in her heart. At this time, she said, "Reynolds, don't blame yourself. Go eat something first. I'll take care of Miss Leah for you for a while. You haven't eaten for 2 days." Reynolds waved his hand and did not speak. He was thinking of various ways. Elena said worriedly, "Reynolds, are you really going to duel with Leon in 3 days?" "Yes. I'm going to kill him." Reynolds finally opened his mouth and said expressionlessly. His cold tone caused everyone present to tremble. No one dared to doubt the sincerity of his words. If the mentors at the venue had not arrived in time after the match, Reynolds would have directly opened the underworld and sucked him into the underworld. Elena, who felt the monstrous hatred of her roommates, did not dare to say anything more. Even Skargi was no exception. As the president of the priestess, Miss Angelina was a kind and good person who did not put on airs. In addition, she particularly valued Leah, a future star who could bring great contributions to Chang'an. She let her stay in her temporary residence and keep an eye on the situation. Reynolds was also very relieved. Angelina's place was safer than his own villa. He did not have to worry that Leon would continue to use extreme means to harm Leah after knowing that she was not dead. No matter how bold he was, no matter how strong his father's power was, he would not dare to openly offend the president of the priestess. Reynolds stayed with Leah until night. He did not want to disturb her anymore, so he returned to his dormitory. Elena was very worried when she saw his condition. She was afraid that he would be impulsive and directly seek revenge on Leon without waiting for the challenge 3 days later. If that was the case, then no matter how powerful Reynolds was, he would definitely die. On the charge of murder, the president of the Priestess Union could put Reynolds on the wanted list all over the country. So Elena went back with Reynolds. She could not only prevent him from acting impulsively, but also comfort him from time to time. Without Leah by his side, Reynolds felt particularly lonely. Reynolds sat in front of the sofa and remembered that he used to sit with Leah on the weekends. They would watch the magic mirror and eat peeled fruits while talking about things on Earth and here. After Shijun came back, they would eat together and tour Chang'an City happily. But now, those warm moments were gone, and they might never appear again in the future. Reynolds suddenly felt an inexplicable fear in his heart that could not be suppressed. He was going to bring Leah back to Earth. A shadow was reflected in the mirror. It was a man with blonde hair and black clothes with a dark expression. Reynolds was furious. He picked up the plate on the table and threw it directly at him. Bang! With a loud sound, the mirror collapsed and turned into pieces on the ground. Chapter 452. The next day was Renault's last match to qualify for the advancement. It was also the easiest match to win, almost effortlessly. Originally, the second-year hunter from the Witch Academy had some strength. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least hold on for a while. However, He had been frightened by Renault's murderous aura and knew that his opponent was extremely angry after Leah's accident yesterday. He was afraid that Renault would use him as a punching bag to injure his base spirit, paralyze his limbs, or something like that. He only regretted that he had been defeated too late. He blocked 2 of Renault's attacks at random and then pretended to make a mistake when Renault used a weak skill. He then left the arena with a scream as if he had one. Have something to eat. Elena served a few dishes to Renault, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze. She had been taking care of Renault's daily life for the past few days, almost like a full-time nanny. Other than bathing and going to the toilet, she had rushed to do everything else. This was the first time in her life that Elena was willing to serve a man. She was well aware of Renault's irreplaceable feelings for Leah. Renault treated her very well, bringing her food, running hot water for her bath, telling her jokes, and chatting with her. This time, it was her turn to take care of Renault. Looking at the food in front of him, Renault didn't say much. He picked up the bowl and shoveled it into his mouth. He wouldn't go on a hunger strike like the others. On the contrary, he had to replenish himself with enough energy to do what he had to do. He couldn't run away from it. Elena had thought that she would have to persuade him for a while. She didn't expect Renault to be so obedient. She was a little surprised. At the same time, she realized that his calmness was beyond her imagination. People who could forcibly endure any extreme emotion and act rationally were undoubtedly the most terrifying. After a silent night, Renault walked out of the dorm before the sun had even risen the next day. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a shout behind him. "Renault, where are you going?" Renault looked back. Elena was wearing pajamas, her hair loose. She looked very much like a cute girl. Elena had been keeping an eye on Reynolds every minute of the day. She was woken up by the sound of the door opening early in the morning. When she found out that Reynolds was about to leave, she hurried downstairs without even changing her clothes or putting on her hair. Her body now looked so sexy and round. It was easier to arouse a man's desire when she was half naked. It was more attractive than being naked. Reynolds was not in the mood to pay attention to it. He only revealed a faint smile and said, "Nothing, I'm going out to do something." After saying that, he turned around and left. Elena noticed that Renault was wearing a set of armor made from the skin of a Qinglan fish. Apart from battles, he usually didn't like to wear a warrior's armor. It was obvious that there was something wrong with his current attire. Elena panicked. Ignoring her own body, she rushed up and grabbed his arm. "I know you're upset and angry, but if you go to Leon like this, you won't be able to avenge Leah. You'll lose your life." Reynolds said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." Elena pointed at the armor on his body. "Then, what's with this?" Reynolds smiled and said, "I'm just looking for Dean Randolph. Now, this era is not peaceful anymore. The Barbaker Kingdom in the west is the first to start a war. They are invading the continent with their army. The Barbaker Kingdom, the Orc Alliance, and dozens of other allies are slaughtering people in the king's realm. We have to prepare for the worst." Reynolds sat in Randolph's office without saying a word, listening to Randolph's words. "As for how to return to your world, I don't know," Randolph said regretfully. Reynolds didn't say anything. Just now, he came to Randolph's office alone. Randolph happened to be looking for him, so the two of them started chatting. Now, Reynolds was at his weakest. He told Randolph about his and Leah's backgrounds. Surprisingly, Randolph didn't look surprised. He just tried to comfort him and tell him not to think too much. "Reynolds, what you're most worried about now is Leah's safety, right?" Reynolds nodded in silence. Randolph let out a sigh as he took out an ancient-looking small box from his interspatial ring. "These are the 2 elixirs that I liked to use the most when I was young. One is called Fleeting Time, and the other is called Moment of Youth. Fleeting Time is a precious healing elixir, and Moment of Youth is an elixir that can improve one's strength instantly. I'll give them to you." Reynolds was shocked. "Dean, this," Randolph smiled and said, "elixirs are used to save people. I don't need them now, so I'll give them to you to save people." "Thank you, Dean." Reynolds bowed to Randolph solemnly. Randolph waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me. Reynolds, did you come here to ask for my advice? Reynolds nodded. A few days passed. Elena and Townsend were still waiting for Reynolds's return in the dormitory. Elena sighed and said, "When do you think he'll come back?" Townsend comforted her, "Elena, don't worry too much. No one expected this to happen. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that Leon for being too sinister and vicious. Such a person will not have a good death." "That's right. He'll die a horrible death, and it'll be today." The door creaked open, and Reynolds walked in. He looked tired, and his eyes were bloodshot. But it was a completely different feeling from Leah's. There was hope and fighting spirit. Both of them said at the same time, "Reynolds, are you all right?" Reynolds smiled and said, "I'm fine. It's just a trip. What's there to be afraid of?" It was the first time he smiled in the past 2 days. Elena used to think that his smile was despicable, but now she felt that it was indescribably cute. He took out 2 bottles and a piece of paper from his dimensional orb and said, "Miss Elena, please take the Earth Dragon carriage to Miss Angelina's place and feed Leah the elixir in this bottle." He handed the small bottle to Elena and raised the big bottle. "This is a life-saving elixir given to me by Dean Randolph. Quick, feed it to Leah. Remember, feed her the elixir in the small bottle first, and then the big bottle." Elena nodded and took the bottle. She then thought of something and said, "Reynolds, can't you apply the medicine for Leah yourself?" Reynolds shook his head, "Not now. I'll leave it to you. I have something else to do." Townsend could not help but ask, "What is it?" He could not understand what could be more important than Leah at a time like this. Reynolds's smile disappeared, "Because I have to make sure that Leon dies a horrible death." It was only then that Elena and Townsend realized that it was the 4th day since Leah was attacked. It was also the day when the battle between Reynolds and Leon would begin. Chapter 453. It's him. Roger was shocked, but after what happened last night, he quickly calmed down. Then, he pretended to be sleepy, got out of bed, and opened the door. The door was half open. Roger rubbed his eyes. He pretended to be sleepy, but his eyes were looking at the man in front of him through the gaps between his fingers. "The weather changed a little last night. I think there might be a storm soon," the man in front of him said slowly, as if he was testing something. "At night?" Roger muttered casually, but there was no flaw in his expression. "Don't worry, sir. I've already fixed the wooden house. There shouldn't be any problems." Roger blocked the door with his body and answered. The man nodded and didn't seem to intend to pursue the matter. "Pay more attention." He pulled a broken piece of net from his shoulder. "You can't always eat dry food. You can try your luck nearby and see if you can catch fish." Hearing this, Roger was shocked. He suddenly realized that although he was lucky enough to get away last night, the footprints he left on the beach after going ashore were very clear. If he wanted to check, "What's wrong?" Although he tried his best to hide it, Roger's expression still showed some abnormality, which was noticed by the man in front of him. "Oh, nothing. I've never done such a thing before." Roger pretended to be depressed. The expression on the man's face changed slightly, and there seemed to be a flash of pity in his eyes. From his point of view, the thin boy in front of him could barely be considered a child. Maybe he was overthinking it. "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. If you have time, I might be able to guide you." The man left these words. Before he left, he hesitated for a moment and said, "You don't have to call me sir. You can call me Can't." Roger watched the man named Can't leave. Although he knew the man's name, the relationship between the two seemed to have become more harmonious. However, not only did he not feel relaxed, but his heart was heavy because what he saw last night had overturned his previous worldview. There really are monsters in this world. Maybe there are also extraordinary powers. He didn't have time to eat. He changed his clothes and ran to the beach as fast as he could. However, when he arrived at the beach, Roger found that the rising tide last night had cleaned up the traces on the shore. When he got close to the island, the traces were no longer very obvious. Did he find out? Roger was also confused about this. Let's take it one step at a time. Right now, the most important thing is to improve my own strength. Only when I have the strength to protect myself will I have time to consider other things. He was shocked by his sudden burst of killing intent last night. No matter what, this man had saved him, but at that time, when he was faced with a possible danger, he did not hesitate to choose to meet force with force. Based on Roger's past personality, this was truly inconceivable. Could it be that the original owner of this body was an extreme fellow? Shaking his head, he drove the messy thoughts out of his mind. Since he had come to the seaside, he would try to fish in the water. The result was needless to say. Nothing was found. After leaving the seaside, Roger began to explore the entire island again. He had already used up all the herbs he had collected the first time. If he wanted to train, he would have to remix them. Most of the morning passed, and the hungry Roger returned to the cabin. This time, his luck was not so good, and the harvest was very limited. After a simple lunch, he rested for a while and then tried to train himself. Pain, numbness, and the huge reaction of his body made it difficult for him to calm down. Not to mention maintaining the rhythm of his breathing, even his movements were distorted. After working hard for 2 hours, except for mental exhaustion and physical soreness, Roger felt that he had little effect. However, he did not plan to completely give up. After taking the concentration potion, the improvement was indeed great, but he did not want to neglect the accumulation and training. If he could complete this set of training in a normal state, it would also be a huge improvement to his own will. After a short rest, Roger dragged his tired body and continued to search. He did not return to the cabin until the sky was slightly dark. The island was not large, and there were not many areas that he could explore. For the whole day, he almost swept the entire island, and barely managed to gather the ingredients for a potion. Although there were certainly omissions in the process, Roger was still somewhat worried. The rest of the ingredients were fine, except for a plant called ironwood vine. Ironwood vine was a type of accompanying plant. It was attached to the lush roots of plants. Only when it grew to a certain extent would it affect the accompanying plant, and then be discovered through its characteristics. After gathering the herbs again, Roger began his own concoction. With the experience from the first time, the concoction process was faster this time. After obtaining the concentration potion, he did not immediately take it. Night was coming. After what happened last night, he was somewhat worried. To avoid any accidents, he decided to wait for another day. If Kant did not show up tonight, it meant that he might have dispelled his doubts for the time being. Putting the axe in his arms, Roger squinted his eyes and waited until dawn. Other than the intermittent sound of waves, nothing else happened. For the next few days, life became monotonous and repetitive. During the process, Roger took the concentration potion twice. After 2 upgrades, his physical fitness had improved greatly. Although he still looked as thin and weak as before, under his skin and in his fascia, his slightly thin body contained great power. Although he was still not as strong as Kant, he was much stronger than ordinary people who did not train. Collecting herbs became more and more difficult. While taking the concentration potion, he took the opportunity to memorize the basic combat skills in the book. When he was alone, he would secretly train. Other than eating, resting, and looking for herbs, he spent the rest of his time on it. After several attempts, Roger learned something. He was able to catch some fish with a fishing net. With the intake of protein, his originally shriveled body became slightly fuller. Just like that, a week passed without him noticing. It had been 10 days since Roger arrived on the island. During this time, Kant did not come even once. Roger naturally had nothing to do, and it was impossible for him to take the initiative to look for him. That day, after dinner, Roger closed the door and climbed into bed early. Outside the window, the sea breeze whistled. Faint flashes of lightning could be seen in the thick clouds. The storm is coming again. Crackle, crackle. Strong winds and heavy rains came whistling. Roger curled up under the blanket, feeling like a small boat floating in the sea. It reminded him of the first day he came to this world. However, that day, the rain was heavier and the wind was stronger. Rumble, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky. Roger's eyes flashed past the window. The lightning illuminated the window as if it was daytime. In an instant, he saw a ferocious face appear outside the house. Chapter 454. Roger was shocked. He subconsciously clenched the iron axe hidden under the pillow. Since that night, this weapon had never left his hand. Could it be an illusion? His heart was nervous, and his breathing became slightly faster. Rumble. A bolt of lightning flashed again. It was open outside the window, and there were no so-called monsters. However, just as Roger was feeling a little relieved, a low roar suddenly came from outside the window, followed by a loud bang. The wooden door creaked, unable to bear the burden. Bang! 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 It seemed that something was crazily hitting the door. In addition to the sound, Roger finally saw another figure wandering outside the window. It was a blue murloc about 1.5 meters tall with a ferocious face. It was different from the one he saw at Kant's place not long ago. This murloc looked stronger. The surface of its body was covered with rough fish scales, and there were some water plants hanging on it. Their heads did not have any human characteristics. Their eyes protruded outwards, and their big mouths filled with fangs almost occupied most of their faces. Their bodies were bent, and their strong and exaggerated palms were filled with sharp claws. What the hell is this? For a second or two, Roger's mind went blank. However, with the impact from before, he quickly came to his senses. He turned over and jumped off the bed, then quickly rushed to the door. In order to prevent Kant's sneak attack, Roger took advantage of the leisure time in the past few days to strengthen the windows and wooden door of his wooden house. According to the previous level of defense, the wooden door would probably shatter in the first impact. I can't let these terrible things into the house. The space in the wooden house was narrow. Although the monsters did not look as tall as ordinary people, their strength should not be high. However, their limbs were extremely long, and their speed must be very fast. In addition to their sharp teeth and claws, once entangled, they would be torn apart in a few breaths at most. In the face of danger, Roger found that his brain had become extremely calm at this moment. He dragged a temporarily assembled table behind the door, then carried the iron axe to the window. With the help of the lightning outside the window, he could see that one of the murloc was crazily hitting the wooden door, and the other was wandering aimlessly. As if noticing Roger, the murloc growled and pounced to the window. Thud. Its sharp claws scratched the wooden planks, bringing away large pieces of wood. This guy is so fast. Roger was shocked. Just then, he heard a faint gunshot in the distance. It is Kant. Was he attacked there as well? Kant lived in the lighthouse. Other than the watchtower on the top floor, the entire lighthouse was made of cement. Even if 100 of these monsters came, they would not be able to push the lighthouse. Unless they could break open the iron door at the bottom or climb up the wall to the top, the lighthouse on the island could be considered the strongest fortress. The gunshots became more intense. Clearly, there was more than one monster attacking the lighthouse. What kind of world is this? Roger had no energy to complain. Taking advantage of the murloc outside the window, he waved the iron axe in his hand. Poochie. The iron axe seemed to have hit a piece of wood. Along with a scream, half of the murloc's hand was chopped off by Roger. Light blue blood splattered on Roger's face. After half of its hand was chopped off, the murloc became even crazier. It used both its hands and feet, as well as its sharp teeth, to crazily hit the wooden window. Roger's reinforcement of the window was obviously not as good as the wooden door. Under the murloc's frenzied attack, a gap was quickly opened. The murloc roared and forced its way in through the gap. The first thing to get in was half of its body and one of its arms. It opened its bloody mouth, and waves of stench came from its mouth. Its jaws opened and closed as it crazily bit. Roger took half a step back. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. In at most 3 seconds, the murloc would completely destroy the window and force its way into the room. Then, another one would follow. Roger's scalp went numb. His eyes were instantly bloodshot. At this moment, his hesitation and timidity completely disappeared. The desire to survive overwhelmed all fear. He raised the iron axe in his hand and poured all of his strength, which had been strengthened 3 times, into it. Whoosh! He aimed at the murloc's neck and fiercely chopped it. The iron axe shattered the fish's scales and cut off its muscles and nerves. Roger's all-out attack only seriously injured the murloc, but it did not kill it. Blood splattered everywhere. The murloc that was on the verge of death became even crazier. Roger did not retreat. He pulled out the iron axe and chopped it down again. 1 axe, 2 axes, 3 axes, he numbly waved the weapon in his hand. After an unknown period of time, a ferocious head fell from the neck. Blood like a fountain rushed to Roger's face. Without its head, the monster was naturally dead. But Roger did not seem to feel it. He was still chopping mechanically until the headless body was badly mutilated. Roger suddenly came back to his senses. Intense fatigue suddenly surged up. His hands were torn, and his arms were somewhat weak because he had used too much strength. But before he could take a breath, a loud noise came from the edge of the door frame. Then, the door was broken, and another murloc broke in. Fuck. Roger only had time to curse in a low voice. Then, he lifted the iron axe in his hand and jumped into the study next door. With his current physical condition, it was obviously not a wise move to fight the murloc head-on. Roger rolled on the ground and then rushed to the corner next to the door. He held the iron axe in his hand, but his attention was completely focused on the outside. 1, 2, 3. He silently counted until he heard the murloc's heavy footsteps in the room. Then, there was a crisp crack. A piece of the floorboard in the study was suddenly lifted up and slapped out at an extremely fast speed. Now, his mind was extremely calm at this moment. Roger took a deep breath and then rushed out. When he rushed out of the study, he saw a murloc being hit by a piece of floorboard. Its body staggered backward. At this time, the murloc obviously noticed Roger, but it was in the middle of the impact and could not react for a while. Facing a monster head-on, Roger was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. But at this time, he had no way to retreat. He could only grit his teeth and rush forward. Borrowing the force of rushing forward and the impact of the floorboard, Roger jumped up. He raised the iron axe in his hand high and chopped down hard on the murloc's head. Crack! The huge counterattack almost made the iron axe fall out of his hand. He lost his aim and did not chop the murloc's neck. Although the murloc was seriously injured, it still had the strength to fight back. At this critical moment, Roger abandoned the iron axe in his hand and jumped away crazily. Swish! A burning pain came from his back. Roger rolled over and threw himself out. At this time, the fishman had already stood up shakily with the iron axe stuck in his head. Roger rolled and dodged the murloc's attack. He took out a thick wooden stick and took advantage of the gap between the murloc's attack. He swung the wooden stick and smashed it on the back of the axe. Go to hell! Crack! The blade of the axe followed the crack that was created before. Chapter 455. The venue was already in full swing, but they were not cheering for the 2 contestants who were competing on the field. Although they also had good strength, they were far worse than the next battle. Because it was the contest between the big dark horse Renault and the dark dominator Townsend, who was known as the Dark Knight. After winning the battle in a row, Renault was considered to be the most likely candidate to compete with Townsend in the 5-year competition, and also the final champion candidate. Originally, people thought that the battle between the two was likely to appear at the last moment, but things had changed dramatically due to the Linling incident 3 days ago, and the battle between the dragon and the tiger was actually staged in advance. Although this was only a cross-grade competition, people thought that the degree of desperation would certainly not be less than the finals. Linling had not yet woken up, and this matter had already spread to the ears of everyone in the 2 academies. Judging from Renault's character and his extreme love for Linling, he would absolutely not let this matter go. There was still one more match before it was his turn. Renault sat calmly in the audience. The excitement and anger from that day had all disappeared. However, Yi and Cosmo beside him felt that he was more dangerous than usual at this moment, like a hungry wolf quietly hunting, waiting for the prey to appear. The degree of bloodthirstiness and ferocity would certainly be beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Suddenly, there was a thunderous applause in the field, even more enthusiastic than the introduction of the Saint rank experts, and Renault's attention could not help but be attracted. Following the gaze of the crowd, a middle-aged man, escorted by several magic warriors, strode out from the entrance of the VIP seats. His square face was flat. His bearing was imposing, his steps were heavy and powerful, extremely imposing, and his eyes were bright. There was a sense of disdain for the world, but the moustache above his lips destroyed the overall image, giving him a sense of treachery. Of course, in the king's mainland, this kind of man was considered to be very elegant and charming. Unfortunately, in Renault's world, this kind of sanctimonious person was mostly ambitious and ruthless people who would do anything to achieve their goals. Their domineering yet slightly cold aura was a reflection of the depths of their hearts. Other people in the king's mainland were too simple, and few shrewd people could not escape Renault's eyes. He was also very confident in his own judgment. Just as Renault was wondering about his background. There were actually so many magic warriors protecting him. Yi was the first to speak. It's Mr. Gizmory Potter, the president of the Joint Duty Guild, Townsend's father. As soon as he heard that it was related to Townsend, Reynolds's face sank. Sure enough, like father, like son. It was said that Gith was a very legendary figure in the king's realm. If it was only calculated by quality, he could only be the lowest level warrior. However, his achievements were far more glorious than any other warrior, and even more glorious than the heroes. The president of the Great Tang Alliance Guild controlled the fate of almost everyone in Great Tang. He was someone that no one dared to offend. If he didn't have any extraordinary means, how could he, a mere low-level warrior, have climbed to the point where he could shake the entire Great Tang with just a stomp of his foot? Apart from that, he was also the only ordinary person who was not a member of the royal family, a tyrant of a large clan, or a super expert, but was able to obtain a surname. Guys had 3 sons. The eldest son, Ivan, had the same low fighting quality as his father. It would be difficult for him to achieve great things. The second son, Joseph, was simple. Relying on the power of his family, he was arrogant and domineering, but he lacked the scheming of his father, who could settle everything. He only became the object of Guys's shame and was not valued. The youngest son, Townsend, had excellent fighting quality. He was born to be the ruler of darkness, and he had a deep character. Guys saw the shadow of himself when he was young in him, and he also had the tyrannical martial arts that he had suffered for his whole life. It was also a very pleasant thing to make up for his regrets in the younger generation. Therefore, Guys cared for his son Townsend very much and let him be lawless in Floris. He even took time out of his busy schedule to watch this game in person, because he also knew Reynolds, the new star, who was a dark horse that might pose a threat to his son. Guys was indeed capable, dared to reform, and made a lot of significant contributions to Great Tang. The dark side of the father and son was completely concealed, so they were still very loved and supported by people. The applause continued until Guys took his seat, showing his heartfelt welcome and respect for his arrival. The whistle that signaled the start of the game sounded. Reynolds and Townsend flew to the stage, separated by an aisle. A burst of earth-shattering noise suddenly resounded in the stadium. Since Guys was there, the audience naturally had to give face to Guys. In addition, Renault was very ungentlemanly a few days ago. Many of his original supporters also turned to cheer for Townsend, which made his momentum rise for a while. But Reynolds was not moved. His heart was as calm as still water. What he wanted was not the cheers of the audience. Everyone's cheers were not as satisfying as Townsend's defeat. The two soon came to the stage, and Townsend began to perform again. Reynolds, is Miss Linling better? Like his father, he also liked to use schemes to subdue people invisibly. As soon as he got on the stage, he attacked the heart first, trying to disturb Reynolds's mind. Reynolds smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Townsend. Linling is much better than before. By the way, I was too impolite last time because I was worried about Linling Senior Townsend. I would like to express my heartfelt apology. I hope you can forgive Reynolds's previous recklessness." Townsend was stunned. He expected Reynolds to be angry or sad, and at most remain silent. He didn't expect him to apologize to him with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that Linling had really improved under the treatment of Angelina, the president of the Divine Official Guild? Townsend was very confident in his dark soul, but seeing Reynolds's smile at the moment, his confidence was shaken. If Linling's situation did not improve, he could still apologize as if nothing had happened. Then he was even more shrewd than Townsend. No matter which possibility was true, it was not a good thing. Townsend's smile began to be a little unnatural. "Reynolds, you're too serious." Reynolds said it so loudly that the whole audience heard it. Some of the audience, who had evil thoughts because Reynolds had lost his warrior's demeanor a few days ago, changed their views of him greatly. Thinking back, the girl he loved was so seriously injured that it was reasonable for him to lose his composure. If it were them, they would probably be the same. Human nature was like this. Whether one's thoughts were right or wrong was just a matter of a thought. Chapter 456. After hearing Reynolds's words, Guys, who was originally expressionless, was surprised. To some extent, his thoughts were exactly the same as his son, Townsend. He had heard about Linling's matter long ago, so he expected Reynolds's reaction to be the same as Townsend's. However, he did not expect his son's opponent to be so generous. Guys was an old fox. He immediately felt that Reynolds was not simple. He had heard that this dark horse was very strange, but he didn't care at that time. Now it seemed that the rumors were true. Strength was not the most terrible thing, but the brain was more terrible. Guys, who climbed to the position of the president of the Joint Professional Guild with his brain, certainly understood this the most. The commentator didn't miss any opportunity to report, "It seems that the grudge between Reynolds and Townsend has been written off, and they have forgiven each other. This is a good thing. After all, we only want to see a wonderful and friendly competition, not hatred between each other." This coquettish commentator had a good impression of Reynolds, but he didn't want to offend Guys. It was naturally best to see the two get along peacefully and happily. At the same time, the whistle to officially start the game sounded. Townsend was still very gentlemanly. "Reynolds, please." As a senior, he was certainly embarrassed to attack first. That would be considered as bullying a junior student. And he really didn't know what Reynolds was up to, so it was best to wait and see. Reynolds was also not polite. "Well, Senior Townsend, then be careful." After that, he immediately flew forward, and with a shake of his hand, an ice axe chopped at Townsend. No matter how graceful Townsend was, he couldn't stand still and let others chop at him. Black gas came out of his hand, and immediately an oval shield appeared. This was the elemental shield of the Dark System. If it weren't for the fact that Linling summoned so many puppets to attack from all directions, the elemental shield would be enough to resist. The protective dochi consumed too much spiritual power, so it was not cost-effective. Without any accident, the ice shield melted immediately when it touched the dark shield. What was unexpected was Reynolds's next move. The 3 fire blades in his left hand immediately flew out, and his right hand changed into a long ice whip. It was as if Reynolds was having fun or had given up on himself. His skills were not weak, but they were not strong either. Yuji could see this. She was a little puzzled. Could it be that Reynolds was considering some kind of tactic? Townsend also felt a little strange. As a spectator, of course, he knew that Reno was definitely not weak. But why did it seem like he didn't know anything today? Could it be a smoke screen? "You want me to let my guard down so that you can defeat me in one go?" Townsend calmly placed the shield of darkness in front of him, waiting for the arrival of the fire blade. However, before the 5 curved flaming sabers collided with the shield of darkness, they deviated from their course as if they were alive and brushed past Townsend in an arc. Even someone as smart as Townsend was confused. What was going on? Was it a mistake? How could an expert make such a low-level mistake? Even the direction of his flying skill was wrong. Just when Townsend was unsure whether he should attack or not, he suddenly heard the cheers of the audience, and the opponent in front of him revealed a strange smile. Just when Townsend had a bad premonition, his back was scalded 3 times, and then a scorching force invaded his neck, as if he was being roasted by fire. Townsend groaned. He had suffered a small loss in his first defense. Although his dark Do Chi was tyrannical, he still had to defend first. It was different from the active Do Chi that could be easily dispelled when it invaded his body. Fortunately, Townsend was also a person who had experienced hundreds of battles and reacted quickly. He remembered that Reynolds had sent out 5 flaming sabers, and he had only been hit 3 times. There should be 2 more. Therefore, Townsend did not turn back at all. Instead, he immediately leaned forward. Although his posture was a little awkward, his judgment was very accurate. 2 flaming sabers swept past the back of his head. If Townsend had turned his head to look, it was very likely that his eyes would have been injured. Reynolds took back the remaining 2 fire blades and twirled them in circles as if they were acrobatics. He did not attack, but only squinted at Townsend, who was lying on the ground leisurely. Townsend was shocked and angry. He really could not understand why those flaming sabers flew back as if they had grown eyes. The commentator seemed to have the same doubts as him. What kind of trick is this? The flaming sabers can actually make a big turn in the air and return to their original place. Judging from the distance they flew just now, it is impossible to control them from a distance. Even a magician can't control their flying skills from such a distance. What kind of mysteries did it contain that no one knew about? It seems that every time student Reynolds fights, he can bring us new surprises. He felt that saying this would be too degrading to Townsend's face, so he added, of course, student Townsend has not used many of his dark skills yet. Similarly, he cannot be underestimated. Those flaming sabers were made according to the principle of boomerangs on Earth. When the air resistance was large enough, some light weight could be lifted. The King's mainland didn't have such a thing. Therefore, Townsend didn't guard against it, and unfortunately, he fell into the trap immediately. Reynolds was still leisurely playing with the flaming sabers. At the same time, he threw the ice whip in his right hand to the ground. This strange action was beyond everyone's expectations. But the next moment, they were even more surprised. The ice whip did not stay still after it left Reynolds's hand. It actually turned into a long snake and crawled in front of Townsend. The snake coiled up and raised its triangular head high. It flicked its tongue and stared at the opponent with a pair of cold snake eyes, ready to attack at any time. Ice was hard. No one had thought that it could come to life in Reynolds's hands like the wood element. It was even more vigorous than the wood element. It was really too tricky and strange. In the past, people knew that Reynolds was famous for his use of spiritual power, but they did not expect him to reach the peak of perfection. He was close to the level of a hero, able to break through the restrictions of the elements. Of course, this was not because Reynolds could create a puppet and give life to it like Lin Ling. In fact, it was just a kind of remote control skill. The snake was still a dead object. If it was still a whip, Reynolds could also control it, but in this form, it could also bring a strong pressure to the enemy. Everyone knew that snakes did not attack when hunting, but once they attacked, they would be as fast as lightning. Although Townsend knew that it was done by spiritual power, he still did not dare to neglect the snake. It was because it was too realistic. The snake's head was still swaying from side to side, as if it was looking for a flaw in the prey. Without warning. Chapter 457. The snake head spat out its tongue and rushed down, opening its mouth wide to bite Townsend. If one was bitten by its teeth, there would be no venom, but the ice-fighting aura would invade one's body continuously. Townsend saw it clearly and immediately released the darkness shield, which was both offensive and defensive, to destroy it. Everyone knew that the snake head would stop abruptly when it was about to hit the darkness shield and immediately retract, resuming its previous hunting mode and patiently looking for the enemy's weakness. Just as Townsend retracted his shield, the snake head attacked again like lightning. It was too fast for Townsend to dodge, so he could only release the darkness shield again. At this time, the spirit snake stopped abruptly and retracted its head. The commentator first looked at Renault's goal. What a wonderful move! Renault's spirit snake seems to have a life of its own. Its hunting characteristics are similar to that of a snake's. If it misses, it will immediately give up and look for another opportunity. Many prey with strong defense are mentally and physically exhausted by this rogue and difficult trick, and eventually collapse and become food in the snake's stomach. He paused for a moment and said, "Of course, I don't think Townsend will give up so easily. I think he must have a way to break it." Townsend also knew that he had fallen into a passive position. The best way to break the Darkness Dominator was not to forcefully attack, but to exhaust it. One was to attack from all directions, forcing him to use his protective fighting aura to defend his whole body, just like how Lin Ling surrounded him with countless puppets. Townsend could only fall into an absolute disadvantage. If he had not learned the half-baked darkness teleportation, he would have been defeated. However, to launch a storm-like attack with a low consumption of spiritual power, probably only a spirit envoys could do it. In addition to launching attacks from multiple angles, another way was to use realistic fake attacks to force the enemy to defend without consuming any spiritual power, just like what Renault was doing now. The weakness of the darkness shield's super strong defense but its inability to materialize was revealed. For example, Renault's ice shield could last for a long time before disappearing, but the darkness shield could be used immediately. Otherwise, it would consume spiritual power to maintain. Other people might not notice the difference between the two, but Renault was not other people. He was a guy who would take advantage of any weakness. 2 streams of corrosive dark liquid shot out from Townsend's hands and flew towards the spirit snake. Unfortunately, it was common knowledge that snakes were as fast as their attacks. The spirit snake immediately dodged the attack and locked onto Townsend. In fact, even if it hit, it would be useless. What was destroyed was just a small spiritual weapon, and Reynolds could make a lot of them again. However, instead of diverting his attention to controlling so many, it would be more useful to focus on one. There was no intense battle, but Reynolds's attack was ingenious beyond compare. It almost had the flavor of a counterattack. It was the simplest and most effective. The audience could see that the spirit snake was just a type of spiritual weapon, similar to a whip. However, it was this small spiritual weapon that made Townsend helpless. Under the spirit snake's gaze, his emotions were as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. He even had to expend a large amount of spiritual energy to repeatedly use the darkness shield to defend himself, but all he got in return was his opponent's leisurely attacks that consumed almost no spiritual energy. The Darkness Dominator was proud of his abnormal defense that could easily break through any elemental fighting aura other than the light element, but it was broken by itself just like that. Townsend felt that if he continued on like this, he would soon collapse mentally. In order to counter such a tricky attack, the first thing he had to do was to retreat. Townsend was not an impatient person. He would not charge forward like a reckless man. However, if he was forced to retreat by such a small spiritual weapon, it would really be a matter of losing face. Moreover, his father was watching from the sidelines, so he estimated that even his face would be lost. The other way was to change from defense to offense and attack the owner of the spiritual weapon. That way, he would no longer have the energy to control the spirit snake. Townsend undoubtedly chose the second way. This also meant that he had lost the initiative and was forced to attack his opponent's strong points with all his strength. Reynolds was also known for his abnormal defense, but he had to do this. The black gas on his body surged, and Townsend finally took the initiative. While moving forward with the light body technique, 2 black gas arrows were shot from his left and right index fingers. Just as they approached Reynolds, 2 arrows turned into 6, blocking the opponent's dodging space. Many people in the audience now realized that Townsend's attack was as strong as his defense. Townsend and his mother's dark arrows turned into 6, which was similar to Leon's phantom strike. Reynolds had already experienced this before, so he immediately curled up his body and reduced the area he needed to defend to the minimum. Then, he condensed an ice shield with his left hand. Kai almost at the same time, 3 small holes appeared on Reynolds' ice shield due to the Child of Darkness arrow. However, the Child of Darkness arrow also disappeared. Although the dark fighting aura was the nemesis of all elements except the light element, there was a certain limit to how much it could restrain. For example, the low-purity dark gas could not completely corrode the highly condensed ice shield. Townsend certainly knew the concept of supercondensing. His dark corrosion was to liquefy the dark fighting aura in the air to achieve a strong corrosive power. After witnessing the battle between Reynolds and Voshlarki, he knew that his opponent's supercondensing fighting aura was abnormal. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take the sword aura directly. Even Townsend did not dare to take it directly. It was a super powerful blood inheritance skill of the Alpha family. Although he was mentally prepared, Townsend was still a little surprised when he saw that his dark combat aura had been blocked. He did not expect that he would only be able to melt such a small hole. It was far from the effect he had imagined. After being attacked, Reynolds could no longer control the ice snake. The head of the ice snake softly fell on the ground and returned to the state of a dead object. Reynolds did not care about the ice snake anymore. After blocking the attack, he quickly retreated and released several fire nails to stop Townsend. Townsend immediately understood that Reynolds wanted to distance himself and repeat the tactic just now, so he quickly followed up. While releasing the dark shield to swallow the fire nails, Townsend's attack did not stop because of the defense. A cloud of black gas came out of his mouth. The color of the black gas quickly deepened and turned into a mass of mucus. This time, the mucus seemed to be more powerful than the dark corrosion he had seen before. Blisters emerged from the mucus and burst, then emerged again and burst again. It was extremely disgusting, like lava. This was the high-level dark corrosion skill, Hell Magic Liquid. As long as a little bit of it touched the liquid, it would not only corrode elements or things made of elements, but also other objects, including people. Townsend sprayed 4 times from his mouth, and the mucus was divided into 4 streams and bounced towards Reynolds. Chapter 458. Reynolds could only avoid 4 streams of Hell Magic Liquid, and there was still one more coming. He had no choice but to set up his ice shield again. Kai. This time, the elemental shield immediately had a big hole, and the area of the hole was still expanding. Reynolds hurriedly used his spiritual energy to replenish the ice element in the shield, and a strange scene appeared on his shield. Some parts were constantly melting, while others were rapidly regenerating. After going deep into the shield, the Hell Magic Liquid without any support was unable to continue. Under this situation, it finally stopped wreaking havoc and disappeared. Townsend was greatly shocked. The Hell Magic Liquid was already the limit of the dark energy he could condense. He didn't expect that it still couldn't break through Reynolds's defense. Generally, when elemental objects were damaged to a certain extent, their elemental arrangements would be severely damaged and they would disintegrate. However, this opponent was actually able to replenish his ice shield with spiritual energy. Compared to replacing an elemental shield, repairing it would naturally save a lot of spiritual energy. However, this attack wasn't completely useless. While Reynolds was blocking it, Yizichen's attack wasn't completely useless. When Reynolds blocked it, the distance between him and Townsend had been reduced to only 2 or 3 meters. Everyone knew that it was very dangerous to let people with dark spiritual energy fight in close combat. If they were slightly touched by it, they would have to bear the consequences. With a cloud of dark energy wrapped around his feet, Townsend flew towards Reynolds and kicked. In an instant, there were 7 or 8 leg shadows, which were actually very fierce. Reynolds didn't expect Townsend's martial arts to be so comprehensive. For a fierce close combat, the ice shield that lacked flexibility seemed somewhat inadequate. In a panic, he could only force out a pair of ice arm guards to block Townsend's leg shadows. The commentator shouted excitedly, "So Student Townsend's close combat skills are also so outstanding." Student Reno seemed to be caught off guard and was momentarily flustered. Not only was he caught off guard, even I was surprised. If I remember correctly, in all the previous Earth competitions, Student Townsend has never revealed his strength in this area. It wasn't that Townsend's close combat skills were bad. It could be seen from the mysterious yin kick that he was familiar with when he was young. However, Townsend abandoned it after his dark spiritual energy reached a certain level because he didn't like this kind of tactic used by low-level barbarian warriors. It was really beneath his status and seemed very rude. However, encountering a tenacious guy like Reynolds who could completely defend against dark spiritual energy, he had no choice but to make an exception and return to his old profession. If it was really as he said, his son's opponent was not ordinary, but extremely not simple. Reynolds secretly felt that it was a pity. This was a good opportunity. He thought that Townsend would rely on his strong protective spiritual energy and definitely wouldn't consider dodging that kick. He didn't expect him to be as cunning as a fox. In such a situation, he still took precautions. Otherwise, the super condensed ice spiritual power just now would have immediately ended his life. Reynolds didn't dare to guarantee that the strange protective spiritual energy in his body could completely prevent the corrosion of the dark energy, but if he could fight until Townsend lost his sight, it would still be worth it. The trap this time didn't succeed. Reynolds knew that with Townsend's personality, he would never be careless again, and there wouldn't be a second chance to lure him into a trap. So he no longer hid his strength and turned defense into offense. The needle spiritual power shot out from his fingers, and the target was still the various vital points on Townsend's body. In addition to the needle spiritual power, there were various strange spiritual weapons: nunchaku, nine-toothed rake, mother and son darts, saber, hook, lance, halberd, guillotine, mace, pliers, scissors. The audience was dazzled by Reynolds' endless moves. Those unknown spiritual weapons had different characteristics, and they were tricky and impossible to guard against. Even the audience outside the venue was frightened and wanted to die, let alone Townsend. He was simply in a difficult situation. Every time he used his protective spiritual energy, this wretched guy would use needle spiritual power to attack his eyes and groin, or retreat temporarily. When he withdrew his spiritual power, he would continue to attack crazily with those strange moves. Townsend couldn't resist at all. He was in a difficult situation, but he didn't dare to counterattack because the opponent had countless tricks. If he didn't defend with all his strength, he would be hit at any time. Chapter 459. This was a stalemate, one attacking and one defending. Leon thought that Reynolds's spiritual power was not high. No matter how good he was at using spiritual power, he would still consume a lot of it under such a high frequency of attacks. Although the consumption of spiritual power was faster if he kept using the dark body protection, Leon thought that his spiritual power was definitely much higher than Reynolds. If all the elixirs were used up, he would definitely be the one who could last until the end. However, he finally found that he had miscalculated. The opponent's attacks still showed no signs of exhaustion, but were getting fiercer and fiercer. His dark spiritual power had been consumed by more than half, and the black gas was not as good as before. If he was hit by the needle spiritual power, he would be in danger at any time. Looking at Reynolds, who was like a mad tiger with blood-red eyes, Leon faintly felt that he was bewitched, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. Guys frowned more and more. He came to see how his son, who he was proud of, stepped down from the field as a winner. But now the situation was the opposite of what he had imagined. Leon was in danger, and Reynolds's moves were too vicious and shameless. He specialized in attacking places that would make people die without descendants, and he was very excited. Guys felt that he was already very shameless. Some things that couldn't be seen in the light still had to be done secretly to maintain a good reputation. Leon was the same. Hypocritical villains were most afraid of encountering real villains who were as thick-skinned as the city wall. The commentator rubbed his eyes exaggeratedly. Is this true? I can't believe my eyes. I didn't expect that Leon, the Dark Dominator, who has the ruling power and is known as the Dark Knight, would be forced to this point. But Reynolds can't be careless, because the Dark Dominator is too terrible. They have powerful moves that even the devil is afraid of. Irene is an example last time. The commentator's original intention was to remind Renault not to let his guard down. He also thought that Irene's condition had improved greatly, which was why Renault had apologized to Leon before the match. Unfortunately, he did not know that Irene's condition was still so bad, so his words did not help at all. Reynolds was a little confused when he heard this, and his hands loosened. Leon, who was on the verge of being defeated, roared towards the sky. His spirit power, which was originally on the verge of collapse, suddenly burst out 2 meters away like a tide. It surged up and down around his body, and it flowed endlessly, submerging his entire body. When Reynolds's spiritual weapon was half a meter away from it, it had already been dissolved. One could only imagine how powerful he was. The commentator said in surprise, "What's going on? Student Leon's strength seems to be even stronger than before." Guys finally could no longer remain calm and exclaimed, "Leon, calm down." As a father, he naturally understood his son the best. What Leon was using now was a self-harming move of the dark element, dark exchange. He used the dark spiritual energy to stimulate the potential in his body, instantly increasing his strength to a level higher than his peak. Unfortunately, there was a price to pay for using this technique. First, it would cost at least a year of lifespan. Second, it would cause the user's spiritual energy to regress. Furthermore, the user would not be able to use this technique again for the next 2 years. Otherwise, it would likely lead to a sudden death. Because of its characteristic of harming others without benefiting oneself, it was called a dark exchange, using one's own life force. An evil trick to exchange for power. Originally, Leon did not intend to use the darkness to exchange if his life was not in danger and he was hanging by a thread. However, at this time, he was so desperate by Reynolds that he did not hesitate to pay any price. If there was any difference between Leon and his father, Guys, who had a similar personality, it was pride. Guys started as a low-level warrior. He was cunning and could endure what others could not. However, Leon was born as the son of the president of the United Guild, plus his tyrannical martial arts skills. He had long cultivated a proud character. How could he be defeated by a junior student, or a man who took away what he wanted to get? After using the darkness exchange, Leon began to regret it. However, it was useless to regret it. As long as this move was used, it would be difficult to recover. He could only vent his anger on Reynolds, the instigator of all this. While the dark spiritual energy catalyzed the potential, it would also drive the hidden violent emotions of the human body. Leon, who could not control himself, finally tore off his hypocritical mask. The muscles on his face twisted like a demon. "Reynolds, I want you to be unable to walk out of the arena alive." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. No one thought that the gentle and gentlemanly senior would have such a dark side. The order of the venue was maintained, and the mentors did not immediately go on stage to stop the game because the game had not yet been decided. Of course, if Reynolds voluntarily admitted defeat and Leon still wanted to do it, they would not sit back and watch. Guys had a headache. Leon's words were too much. At the same time, he also knew his son's anger. In addition, he was anesthetized by the dark chi. As long as he was angry, no one could stop him. Leon no longer cared about his image. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind: to tear the hateful enemy in front of him into pieces. With a wave of his hand, a black ribbon quickly flew out and wrapped around Reynolds. Reynolds saw that he suddenly flipped out and did not panic. However, he did not dare to neglect a new skill that he had never seen before. The highly condensed shield in his hand immediately blocked in front of him. The expected corrosion did not appear, but the scene was even more strange. Reynolds' ice shield seemed to be injected with ink and assimilated by the dark chi. The whole body became black. Reynolds was greatly surprised. When he hesitated to abandon the shield or not, the dark chi had already climbed to his hands and immediately spread to his whole body. However, Reynolds did not feel the slightest abnormality. The two were connected by a black ribbon, but no one understood the use of the black ribbon. Reynolds tried to cut or burn the ribbon with ice blades and fire blades, but the two elements failed and directly passed through the ribbon. It seemed to be invisible. Reynolds reacted quickly and retreated quickly. He wanted to break the black ribbon, but the ribbon seemed to be able to extend infinitely. Reynolds's method was simply ineffective. Dark attraction. Leon spat out the name of the skill word by word. His face showed a gloomy smile, which made people shudder. "You're finished, Reynolds." Roar. Leon shouted again. The dark spiritual energy that surrounded his body did not punish him this time. On the contrary, they crazily rushed into Leon's body like leeches. Leon's skin, hair, eyebrows, and nails all gradually became dark. The color became thicker and thicker. However, when the spiritual energy on the surface of his body was completely absorbed, Leon's body gradually faded. Chapter 460. The darkness merged into one. Not long after, his body had completely disappeared, leaving only a black hole-like shadow and a pair of fierce blood-red eyes. At this time, Leon really looked like a soul reaper who had climbed up from hell. Just as Reynolds was fully on guard and didn't know what his next attack would be, the invisible and intangible dark tie on his body suddenly transmitted a suction force. His body, which couldn't help but retreat, suddenly stagnated. Reynolds was shocked. He was already 400 meters away from Leon. If this suction force was generated by him, it would be too terrifying. The suction force was getting stronger and stronger. Reynolds was shocked to find that the scene in front of him was similar to the underworld path in his Apocalypse bracelet. And Leon was now a black hole. The black gas had completely disappeared. He no longer had the arrogance from before, and he gave people an unparalleled pressure. The gravel on the ground and the broken elemental weapons were all sucked up and flew toward Leon. Leon's body, which was hidden in the darkness, was like a man-made black hole, mercilessly swallowing anything that was sucked in. It was decomposed into nothingness by the dark spiritual power. And Reynolds, who was under the pull of the dark tie, was the most attracted. Not long after, it had exceeded the range that he could resist. The stones on the ground couldn't support and shattered. Reynolds was sucked straight toward Leon. Dark vortex. Leon said gloomily. Reynolds knew that if he was sucked in, he would definitely disappear from the world like the dust and sand. In a hurry, he immediately released a handful of ice needles and used the suction force to stab at Leon. This was a flying skill made of needle spiritual power. Although it wasn't as fierce as directly released, it couldn't be underestimated. But after touching Leon, it still didn't have any effect and was forcefully swallowed. However, Reynolds found that Leon's eyes and lower body were slightly tilted, and his heart moved. This was a big discovery. It meant that Leon still had a physical body and wasn't as terrifying as a black hole. It was just an illusion caused by the spiritual power on the surface of his body that was too strong. His heart was like lightning, and his body was only 30 meters away from Leon. Compared to the person involved, the order maintenance instructor below the stage was even more nervous. As soon as Reynolds opened his mouth to admit defeat, he would immediately fly up to the stage to save him. 10 meters left. Leon's body changed again. A pair of bat-like wings suddenly sprouted from his shoulders, and his arms were like black holes. "Come on, Reynolds. Don't run anymore. The devil is summoning you. He will send you to the darkest corner of hell." Victoria City's guardian hero, Light Controller Fred, stood up abruptly and said anxiously, "Stop Leon immediately." That's the forbidden technique of the dark element, Devil's Embrace. As the archenemy of the dark faction, as the ruler of light, the moment he saw the bat wings on Leon's shoulders, he immediately remembered this move. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. The skills that were called forbidden techniques were all extraordinarily vicious and ruthless moves. They were tacitly agreed to only be used against magical beasts. Even in a life-and-death battle between humans, they were somewhat inhumane. Leon actually used it in a competition for the purpose of learning from each other. Naturally, this was absolutely not allowed. The audience was in an uproar again. They didn't expect Leon to be so vicious as to use a forbidden technique on his opponent. No matter how scheming Guise was, he was at his wits' end. He didn't expect the negative effects of the dark exchange to be so strong. It actually corroded Leon's self-control. Once the forbidden technique was used, his son's image of many years would be completely destroyed. Leon didn't care so much. At this moment, he was completely controlled by the most primitive desire in his heart. There was only one thought left in his mind: destroy, completely destroy the opponent in front of him. After removing the barrier, a group of instructors below the stage flew up to the spectators' stand to stop the battle. However, Reynolds was now only 30 meters away from Leon and was still gliding towards him at high speed. It seemed that it was too late to save him. Leon looked at his opponent getting closer and closer. The stimulation of being bloodthirsty made him so excited that he couldn't control himself. At this moment, he discovered that the detestable opponent was holding an exquisite long sword in his hand. He immediately jumped out and flew towards his face. Sword energy attack. The dense sword energy enveloped Leon. Leon turned pale with fright. His body was surrounded by black gas, and he instantly flashed back. However, he was one step too late. No matter how fast he flashed, his cheek was still scratched by the sharp sword energy. Moreover, the sword energy was mixed with the peach blossom burial. Ah! Leon let out a scream. His face that was scratched by the sword energy was actually as painful as being poked by a needle. His whole face was numb and itchy. It was unbearable. It was a numbing itch that made people want to die. It was as if countless ants were crawling on his face, mercilessly stinging. Leon's face almost immediately had small blisters that spread from his neck to other parts of his body. It was like measles, extremely disgusting. The purgatory-like torture made Leon finally unable to maintain the devil's embrace. He retracted his hands and kept scratching his face. He was in so much pain that he was about to go crazy. He just wanted to be free. At this moment, he didn't care even if he had to scratch off his entire face. Those small blisters were crushed under his fingernails. The sharp pain diluted the numbing itch, but it made Leon feel much more comfortable. At this time, the attack of the strength, Leon forced himself to open his swollen eyes. What he saw was the opponent that he wished he could grind to ashes, waving a long sword and slashing down from above. Such a move was naturally nothing. Leon forced himself to circulate the chaotic dark spiritual power. He blocked this move. However, in the next moment, he found that his dark protective spiritual power had lost its effect. No, it should be said that the opponent's move was even stronger. In the midst of the spinning sky and earth, Leon left the ground and flew into the air. Whether it was the sky, the venue, the audience, or everything around him, it was like watching flowers on horseback. It was dazzling. A tornado with a diameter of 4 meters and a height of 10 meters suddenly appeared in the middle of the venue. Wherever the tornado went, there was a huge explosion. The boulders on the ground of the venue were effortlessly rolled up like goose feathers. They were crushed by the tornado and turned into dust. A long and deep ditch immediately opened on the ground and continued to spread to other places. The most powerful form of wind in nature was so majestic that it was inviolable and easy to destroy. Final blow of the storm. There was no one in the venue who didn't know the name of this move. The leader of the Chang'an Academy, the hero Rudolph's unique and horrible skill, had actually appeared on Leon. The countless wind blades formed by the tornado continued to cut Leon's body. Blood continued to spurt out, mixing with the storm and forming a bloody tornado. Chapter 461. Guise's eyes were red, and he anxiously shouted to the few magic warriors, "Quick! Quick! Stop the competition immediately!" As soon as Guise's voice fell, Reynolds raised his wrist, revealing the Apocalypse bracelet, and slowly walked toward Leon. Glancing at the black gas that was about to gather into an oval door in the distance, Reynolds turned his gaze back to Leon, who was struggling in the tornado, and whispered to himself, "Is it dark teleportation again? Unfortunately, it's too late." His face under the light of the tornado was particularly ferocious at this time. "Sorry, the game is over. Underworld tornado." In the midst of his shout, The tyrannical black wind blade shot towards Leon like a meteor with a crackling sound. An extremely bad premonition suddenly surged, and guys shouted, "No!" But it was all too late. Leon, who was in the storm, saw the sword aura enlarging in front of his eyes, and endless fear occupied his heart. The overbearing wind blade tore the invincible storm, produced a sonic boom, and directly cut Leon's body. In the huge explosion, Leon's body flew out of the tornado and was thrown straight into the air for hundreds of meters. The black wind blade on his body kept drilling into his body. When the dark spiritual power touched the wind blade, it immediately evaporated like water meeting a soldering iron. When Leon's body fell straight down from the sky, the Academy's Zun Shi and Guise's magic warriors had also arrived. However, Renault was one step ahead of them and flew to the place where Leon fell. Just when everyone thought that he was going to continue to be ruthless, Reynolds actually hugged Leon's body that was about to fall to the ground, and anxiously shouted, "Senior Leon, are you all right?" Leon's internal organs were burning. Under the bombardment of the wind blade supported by the power of the underworld, he knew that the dark spiritual power that he had painstakingly wrested was likely to be finished. Looking at Reynolds, who was crying like a cat crying like a mouse, his eyes flashed with incomparable pain and resentment. Reynolds, who had his back to the others, smiled happily and said with a telepathic spell, "Senior Leon, I also want to tell you one thing. Whoever King hurts my beloved woman, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death." Ha 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 ha. Leon, who only had a sliver of consciousness left, heard these words. Blood rushed to his heart and he felt a sweet taste in his throat. Then, he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted. The mentors and priests had finally arrived. Originally, they had come to stop Leon from dealing with Renault, but they did not expect the situation to turn around so quickly. Instead, they had to help treat Leon. Reynolds placed Leon on the ground. The white sword chi on his body was still darting out from time to time. One of the more impatient priests hurriedly tried to save him. Just as his hands touched Leon, a deadly sword aura jumped out and hit his hands. This hasty and unlucky priest's hair stood on end, and he fell straight to the ground with an "ah." The other priests panicked when they saw this, but they gave him emergency treatment first. Leon didn't dare to act rashly, lest he follow in his colleagues' footsteps. One of the mentors who specialized in water was very experienced. He spat out a column of water from his palm and poured it on Leon's body. The sword chi used the water as a medium and transmitted into the ground. However, Leon's situation was already very bad. His whole body was charred black by the sword chi and the storm. It was even darker than the dark impetus. He was truly a master of darkness. His skin had been cut open by countless wind blades, and his face was rotten from his own scratches. Disgusting pus and blood were rolling out, making him nauseous. Fortunately, he was supported by the powerful impetus of the Dark Exchange. Otherwise, he would have died a violent death long ago. Renault didn't have the slightest bit of pity for him. If it wasn't for Angelina, Erin would have been dead by now. Just for this point alone, Renault wouldn't even bat an eyelid if he killed him 100 times over. The referee had forgotten to announce the result of the battle. At this moment, no one cared about the outcome. The ups and downs of this fierce battle made it hard for the audience to breathe. Although Leon was the one who was defeated and seriously injured in the end, they all felt that Reynolds was not wrong. It was Leon who first used the vicious forbidden move, Devil's Embrace. If Reynolds was a little unlucky, he would have become the dust of the universe. Moreover, they also saw Leon's cruel and ruthless side. They began to suspect that what happened to Erin was intentional. Reynolds was too lazy to pay attention to him and flew off the stage. Yuji and Linka were stunned. They looked at Reynolds flying over as if they were looking at an alien. Their mouths were wide open and they could not close them. To be fair, even with the power of light, Yuji felt that she only had less than a 50% chance of winning against Leon. If Leon was in his terrifying form when he used Devil's Embrace, she would not have any chance of winning at all. She would definitely lose. She did not expect Reynolds to not only be able to escape unscathed, but also seriously injure Leon. This was really too unbelievable. She did not expect Reynolds to hide his strength so deeply. When Reynolds passed by the two, he said, "Shijun, Linka, I have to go see Erin immediately." After saying that, he flew out of the arena without stopping. After such a long battle and using up a lot of skills, Reynolds felt dizzy. He knew that this was a sign of his spiritual power being exhausted. When Reynolds rushed to Angelina's residence and opened the door to the room where Erin was recuperating, he was overjoyed to hear the familiar crisp voice and address. Erin had actually woken up. The medicine that Rudolph gave him called Fleeting Time was really effective. Reynolds walked in quickly, only to find that there was another person sitting by the bed. Reynolds's vision turned black and a huge sense of dizziness hit his mind. Without stopping, Reynolds fell straight to the floor. This was due to the exhaustion of spiritual power from using a lot of high-level skills and a long battle, resulting in a lack of spiritual power, resulting in a loss of consciousness. When Reynolds woke up again, his face was boiling hot, but there was a comfortable coolness on his forehead. He forced himself to open his eyes. In front of him, a woman was repeatedly using a wet towel to cool him down. All of Reynolds's senses had temporarily deteriorated due to the lack of spiritual power. Whether it was sight, smell, hearing, or touch, they all had a specious illusion. In a daze, the woman's face looked very much like Erin's. Only Ling would be so considerate and gentle to him. Ling in a daze, Reynolds grabbed her hand. Her hand struggled slightly, allowing him to grab it. In the exclamation of Erin, Reynolds pulled her into his arms. "Ling I love you. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. But don't worry, I've already avenged you." Slap! Reynolds felt a burning pain on his face, and he instantly woke up. Chapter 462. Taking a closer look, it wasn't Erin, it was Ariwena. The petite Ariwena blushed and glared at Reynolds angrily. Rudolph, who was not far away, was overjoyed when he saw this. "Ha ha ha, Reynolds, you actually have the guts to kiss that old witch Avina. I wasn't wrong about you." Rudolph praised Reynolds, ignoring Avina's murderous glare. Reynolds touched his hair, not knowing what to do. He bowed to Avina and said, "I'm sorry, Principal Avina. I didn't mean it." Rudolph came over and patted Reynolds on the shoulder. He whispered, "How is it? Is this old witch's face tender? Do you want another kiss?" Ha ha ha. Reynolds stared at Rudolph with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't dare to associate this old and frivolous Rudolph with the serious and meticulous expert he used to be. Before Reynolds could react, Avina finally couldn't hold back. She shouted, "Go to hell, old man." After saying that, a cluster of bright red flames flew towards Rudolph from his hand. "What are you doing?" Rudolph dodged, and the flame flew out of the door, causing a big explosion. Reynolds watched in a daze as Rudolph and Avina fought like two children, shouting at each other and flying out of the door. Reynolds held Irene's hand and looked at her haggard face. His heart trembled. Reynolds stroked Irene's cheek and wiped her neck with a towel. Then he sat aside and looked at her quietly. "Wake up." In the next few days, shocking news came out of the two academies. Reynolds, who had defeated the fifth-year Dark Knight Leon, had given up on the competition. This made the kid who thought he was going to compete with either Leon or Reynolds feel like he had won the lottery. The championship was his. He won without a fight. Leon was seriously injured and couldn't compete. Reynolds, after this, suddenly lost interest in the championship. For a time, many people were talking about it. After all, the people who won the championship of two schools were already very powerful. They could see that the future were very promising. Chang'an would definitely use such a talent. The black aura on Irene's body faded day by day. Her face started to redden. Reynolds was also slowly recovering his spiritual power. Leon finally got news. He didn't die, but his base spirit was seriously injured. His dark spiritual power was almost completely destroyed by Reynolds' sword aura and storm kill. Even if he trained for a lifetime, he wouldn't be able to recover to his previous level. At this time, another shocking news came. Guise, on behalf of his son, expressed his sincere apology to Reynolds for using a forbidden technique. He said that he would punish Leon. His most beloved son had fallen into this situation, but he could still endure the grief and make such a magnanimous decision. Guise's practice of not bending the law for personal gain undoubtedly immediately won the attention of Chang'an. At this time, everyone praised him as a competent senior leader. If he didn't know about the father and son's bad deeds from Yu, Reynolds would definitely be deceived by his hypocritical behavior. The old fox's move was really beautiful. He was worthy of being called a cunning and ruthless person in Chang'an. Originally, using a forbidden technique to deal with a human, especially one who didn't have a deep hatred, was strictly investigated by the corresponding guild. It was even possible to be executed. However, when Guise said that he would punish Leon, the people of the guild couldn't interfere. Otherwise, it would be doubting his character and not giving him face. Rather than making it difficult for both sides to step down, it was better to give face to the president of the joint guild. Therefore, the aftermath of this matter turned into Guise's family matter. The trouble was easily solved. His reputation wasn't affected, instead, it went up a level. However, Guise's protectiveness, especially his love for his youngest son, Leon, was the clearest to Yu and Reynolds. The apology was just on the surface. He must hate Reynolds to the bone. However, the special situation of King's Mainland and Earth made him abide by the rules of the game. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't be an exception. Moreover, Reynolds was now the focus of attention of all parties in Chang'an. If he acted rashly, the impact and consequences would be unimaginable. Especially in the delicate situation where several top opponents in Chang'an were eyeing his position as the president of the joint guild covetously. In Chang'an, a metropolis with a large population, Guise certainly wouldn't dare to rashly send an assassin to kill Reynolds. He probably wouldn't use such a despicable method. Once the opponent got hold of his weakness, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. In addition, Yu was always by Reynolds' side during the period when his spiritual power had not fully recovered. With this powerful assassin as a bodyguard, his safety was guaranteed. In addition, the people sent by Guise's opponents were also secretly watching. Reynolds was much safer than buying a personal insurance. The most important thing was that Reynolds' spiritual power had almost recovered. He wasn't afraid of ordinary experts assassinating him. Therefore, Reynolds was very relieved. Taking advantage of his recuperation, he leisurely enjoyed life. For example, he took Irene to attend Leah's concert tonight. Although Leah was not a fighter, her status in Chang'an was not to be underestimated. Because of her role as a popular singer, she was deeply welcomed by the people of Chang'an, including a large number of upper-class people. Offending her was sometimes equivalent to offending almost the entire Chang'an, which was extremely troublesome. Therefore, Leah's concert was absolutely safe. There would never be an assassination or a brawl, and no weapons were even allowed to enter the venue. On the one hand, it was for safety reasons because there were too many important people inside. On the other hand, it was ungraceful to carry metal weapons on such an occasion. Leah would only perform once in a while, usually when she was in a good mood. Therefore, although the concert ticket price was not cheap, it was still in short supply. The people who came, in addition to having a little money, had to be at least a fighter above the intermediate level. Although the number of civilians was the largest, they had the least tickets. It was not that Leah looked down on civilians, but she was only responsible for the performance. Other things were arranged by the Entertainment Guild. If she hadn't tried her best to request the Entertainment Guild to sell some civilian tickets, the life professionals could only listen through the sound system scroll. It was simply impossible to enjoy her performance at the concert. There was only one person who could get the tickets for Leah's concert effortlessly. Everyone in Chang'an knew who this person was. Yu directly asked Leah for 3 tickets. She treated it as letting Reynolds take Irene out to relax. She had to take medicine all day long. If she was cooped up at home for too long, it was not good for her health. Chapter 463. After the grudge battle with Townsend, Reynolds was now a public figure. Due to the rules of the Entertainment Guild, no one was allowed to wear a hermit suit to show respect to Painted Heart. Even Leah couldn't make an exception. So they could only sneak in from the side door. Fortunately, it was the seats for ordinary fighters, which were the most crowded. It was a relatively good 3-person private room. Plus, they all had makeup on, so it wasn't so conspicuous. Under the dim light of the magic lamps, no one could recognize him. It wouldn't be a problem for Leah to ask for a few VIP tickets, but she knew what Reynolds was thinking. After asking for his opinion, she made the decision today. This was a huge open-air venue surrounded by a filtering enchantment, similar to the concert venues of singers on Earth. The large light screen hanging high in the venue reflected the scene in the middle of the stage from all angles. At this time, the concert had not officially started, and it was playing a clip of Painted Heart. The atmosphere was warm, and people were talking happily. Every concert of Painted Heart was a small event for Buckingham in Chang'an. It was also an excellent occasion for friends to build relationships. Erin sat in the private room, feeling all this, and felt a little absurd and emotional. She seemed to have almost died a while ago, almost died in the other world. Moreover, she was no longer an ordinary girl. She was already a powerful elemental magician. She didn't know if she could still use her abilities if she returned to Earth. All of this was related to the boy in front of her. Looking at Reynolds, the corners of Erin's mouth rose slightly. Her right hand couldn't help but touch Reynolds's cheek. Reynolds was looking at the sea of people in the concert with interest. At this time, when Erin touched him, he was stunned and asked, "Linger, what's wrong?" Erin put her mouth close to Reynolds's ear and whispered softly, "I just want to say thank you." Little Lintilda Reynolds's ear was tickled. He smiled and said, "Linger, what are you thanking me for? Aren't we a couple? Besides, if you want to thank me, you have to wait until I bring you back to Earth." A gentle expression flashed across Erin's face. Her eyes were a little wet, and she didn't speak anymore. Of course, she knew what happened that day, and also knew Reynolds's determination. At this time, Leah came in and saw Erin's eyes. She was shocked and quickly asked, "Linger, what's wrong?" Then, she glanced at Reynolds and said, "Did Reynolds bully you? Big sister will help you teach him a lesson." Reynolds smiled bitterly and waved his hands. "How could that be? Shijun, don't talk nonsense." Leah ignored him and started chatting with Erin. As they chatted, they glanced at Reynolds from time to time, as if they were gossiping about him. For some reason, Leah, a man, had such a good relationship with Irene. The strange thing was that Reynolds didn't feel jealous at all. Reynolds looked at the two of them and smiled in relief. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Reynolds looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw the focus of everyone's attention. He could be considered half an old acquaintance. Mr. Gith. It's the president of the Joint Duty Guild, Mr. Geese. Mr. Guys really doesn't put on any airs. Gith strode over from afar, greeting everyone with an amiable smile on his face. Reynolds also heard a little about his secret fights with others in Chang'an. The presidents of the major guilds were basically the best in their professions. Only Gith, the president of the Joint Guild, was only a low-level warrior. Although he finally climbed to this position by means, there were still many people who were not convinced. Therefore, Gith would seize almost every possible opportunity to increase his popularity and supporters. At Painted Heart's concert, the big shots in the VIP seats usually had their own identities and disdained to come to the ordinary area. Only Gith would do such a thing. Not bothering about trifles was one of the factors for a person's success. However, he was just going through the motions. It was impossible for him to notice Reynolds and the other two in the crowd. When Leah saw Gith, she was also indifferent. Since the news that Townsend's dark spiritual power was destroyed and he got his due retribution, she was happy for Reynolds. After Gith finished his inspection and returned to his seat, the concert just started. Painted Heart, who was dressed splendidly, walked out under the cheers and the magic lights. She was wearing a white gauze dress today. Her slim figure was slender and light, elegant and elegant. Her beauty was comparable to that of a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. The other dozen elven dancers who walked out with her were also great beauties, but they were all inferior. They were like stars next to the bright moon, overshadowed. Irene said with some yearning, "Miss Painted Heart is really beautiful, especially at this time." Painted Heart smiled and said, "Linger, in a few years, you will definitely be as beautiful as Miss Painted Heart." Irene said with some embarrassment, "It would be great if that was the case." Reynolds said solemnly, "Linger, one day, I will let you stand on a bigger stage than this and receive the attention of thousands of people." Leah originally thought that he was joking, but seeing his serious expression, she was faintly shocked. She seemed to hear something from Reynolds's words, ambition. Leah didn't know if her intuition was right or wrong, but if this Reynolds really wanted to do something seriously, it was indeed very scary. At this time, Painted Heart's beautiful voice, which was like a nightingale's, rang out in the venue, attracting her attention. Due to the convenience of magic, the concert of King's Realm was pleasing to the eye. The elven dancers were obviously magicians who had been trained for a long time. In addition to their outstanding dancing skills, they could also use the light body technique to perform all kinds of difficult tricks that could not be seen on Earth, such as soaring in the air, rapid gliding, and so on. All kinds of colorful, gorgeous but harmless spiritual power skills accompanied the dancers' graceful figures on the stage, rising and falling one after another. It was very exciting. Reynolds was also very interested in the unique dance and the beautiful singing of the Painted Heart Enchanted Sound Tribe. She should be a pacifist. Reynolds could tell from her singing that she longed for a perfect world, where people lived harmoniously as if they were a family. They were united and loved each other. There was no class or oppression. It was undeniable that her unique voice was very easy to move people's hearts. Everyone in the venue was deeply attracted by the idealized world she had created, entering into a fantasy. But Reynolds knew very well that such a utopian world was impossible to achieve. It could be proved by the thousands of years of social development on Earth. Only where there were people, there would be desire. No matter how strong the influence of Painted Heart's voice on spiritual power was, it could only temporarily influence a person. Chapter 464. It was impossible to completely change human nature. The strong preyed on the weak, that was the eternal truth of the universe. Therefore, Reynolds could only admire her superb singing skills, but did not dare to agree with her dreams. Irene was also completely immersed in Painted Heart's magical singing, holding her cheeks and forgetting everything. Gradually, the school tournament had been over for some time, and Reynolds's strength had completely recovered. Irene's injuries had also completely healed. School life had once again returned to tranquility. Another night, Reynolds opened a new light element mirror after dinner as usual, thinking about his next plan. Should he continue to study in the academy, or take Irene to travel the continent to find the truth of this world? At this time, a report attracted his attention. Something else was broadcasted in the time of the usual aristocratic and celebrity scandals. After the weird problem of the growth rate of the edible crops, another strange thing has happened in the Imperium. According to the statistics provided by the annual class census, a large number of mercenary group leaders and leaders of other combat groups have died unexpectedly in the past year. The number has reached an astonishing number. This report surprised Reynolds. At this time, seeing Leah come out of the bathroom after a shower, he could not help but ask, "Shijun, do you know what's going on?" Leah looked and said, "I'm not sure, but there seems to be reliable news that Leader Glenn was attacked on the battlefield, but I'm not sure if he's okay." "Is that so?" Reynolds frowned. Seeing Reynolds like this, Leah could not help but tease, "What's wrong, Reynolds? Do you also care about this country's affairs?" Reynolds smiled and said, "No, just casually asking." The Mirror program recently broadcasted another big news, this time not only causing a sensation in the Tang Empire, but also the whole continent, the Ji-Sua Orc Empire bordering the east of the Tang Empire, and the Tridoxy Elven Paradise near the Sea of Tianhuan that divided the continent into the north and south. The The powerful countries of the two continents also found in the annual census that mercenary group leaders and other combat group leaders died or were seriously injured last year. As soon as this report came out, the people of the continent suddenly panicked, especially the war leaders. Everyone felt that they were in danger, but the panic was not over yet. One after another, shocking reports came in like snowflakes. The Orc Alliance, the Dwarfs' Odamai Empire, the Forest Kingdom of the Forest Lord, the Nightwalkers' Nightless City, the Water People's Mist Kingdom. The distant western country of Barbaca, one by one, large and small countries, coincidentally encountered the same misfortune. Just when people thought that it was the devil's curse, they discovered a shocking secret. These countries were all either in the western or southwestern regions of the continent. The Mecca Empire, which was located in the northwest, was dominated by the Yakshaw tribe, the Wild Sand City, which was filled with sandmen, and the Dark Empire, which everyone thought was a strange incarnation of the blood-sucking Devil Star tribe, and the Soul Capital, which was the Psionic tribe's soul capital. There were no abnormalities at all. Why was there such a huge difference between the two sides of the heavenly Luan Sea? A terrifying conjecture that had never appeared before began to circulate among the people of the southeast and central regions of the continent. Even the empire's attacks were unable to suppress it, and the society was in turmoil. The people's conjecture was quickly confirmed. The Tang Empire, which was located in the central region of the continent, bore the brunt of the sudden and powerful attack from the similarly powerful Mecca Empire. As for the other countries in the northwest, they also crossed the heavenly Luan Sea and attacked the small countries along the coastline. A large-scale war that involved the entire world, which was also the first civil war between the humans in the Kingsland, began in such a grand manner without any warning. The first war between the humans took place on the 26th of the 15th month of the year 2109. It was also known as the 1st of January of the heavenly Luan Sea. It marked the break of the friendly relationship between the humans on both sides of the heavenly Luan Sea, and the beginning of the chaotic era. The Kingsland had a history of more than 2,000 years, and had similarly gone through different stages. From the beginning, they relied on their own innate qualities, using natural objects or fists as weapons. Gradually, they developed to learn how to use metal weapons, make armors, and create their own skills. Due to the existence of a common enemy, the demonic beasts and demonic seeds, the various major forces and groups of the continent had always maintained a friendly and cooperative relationship, jointly resisting the invasion of the demonic beasts and helping each other. Due to the strength of the demonic seeds, the humans could only drag out an ignoble existence along with the slow growth of their strength. Every time the demonic beasts attacked the cities, the deaths of the human population and the subsequent births had always been in a state of balance. The emergence of magic more than 500 years ago was a milestone in the development of human strength. Since then, humans understood how to use the elemental forces of nature to contend with the demonic beasts, and slowly gained the upper hand. They began to develop cities with powerful defenses, and even established countries. Furthermore, the emergence of guilds and other products to maintain social discipline. The lofty status of the magician reached its peak during this period. They held the power of life and death, and no other profession could be compared to them, until the birth of the cultivation technique 200 years ago. As a kind of ingenious method of using and growing power, which was similar to magic, the spiritual power brought about by the cultivation technique quickly broke the monopoly of the magician, allowing other professions to have the capital to be comparable to the magician, who was considered as the savior of mankind. Warrior, knight, archer, assassin, hunter, dominator, and other professions prospered after the emergence of spiritual power. As for the special fighting professions such as spirit envoy, charm master, summoner, and so on, they were born from the combination of magic and spiritual power, and were very powerful. Of course, it was impossible for humans to contend with all the demonic beasts in the continent, and they also couldn't be like Earth, where they could kill other threatening creatures. First of all, the demonic beasts were formed from demonic power, and could be endlessly multiplied. Secondly, the number of demonic beasts was too terrifying. Except for the various human bases and towns, the rest of the continent was occupied by demonic beasts. Fortunately, only a part of them participated in the siege, and not all of them, otherwise, the human race would have already perished. However, as the overall strength of the human race increased, the strength of the demonic beasts also increased. The mutated demonic beasts became more and more powerful, as if they were restricted by some invisible law. The strength of the demonic beasts in the king's mainland had always been in a delicate balance. If magic was a milestone in the development of human strength, then spiritual power was the turning point of the divergence of power between humans and demonic beasts. It made the overall strength of the human race develop rapidly in the past 200 years, and their resistance to the demonic beasts became stronger and stronger. Every time the demonic beasts attacked the cities, the losses were reduced day by day, and the growth of the demonic beasts finally couldn't keep up. Chapter 465. As a result, the humans, who had been living in fear all the time, finally began to develop slowly and steadily. The super cities were a symbol of their glorious peak. The defense of a super city was beyond imagination. Just like what Reynolds had seen when he first arrived in Chang'an, the city walls were hundreds of meters thick and 50 meters high. Plus, there were countless capable people in the city, so it would be difficult to break through. The safety of other cities had also been greatly enhanced. Unlike before, when every city was in danger of being destroyed at any time during the attack of the demonic beasts, everyone lived a life where they could enjoy today and might not live to see tomorrow. After settling down, the humans, who were never satisfied with the status quo, easily developed stronger desires. The initiator of the war, the Kingdom of Barbacca, was undoubtedly a model of this. The Kingdom of Barbacca was also a country dominated by humans. However, unlike the humans in the Tang Empire, they lived in the poor northwest. In addition to the harsh climate in the northwest, the species of demonic beasts were much fiercer than those in many places on the continent. The citizens of the Kingdom of Barbacca, who had been fighting the demonic beasts for many years, had developed a fierce personality and pride. They believed that they were the best species on the continent, and that the people in the northwest were better than those in the Dong and Central. Therefore, they were not satisfied that those who were weaker than them could have a good land and live a happy life. With the birth of fighting energy, the humans in the northwest grew stronger rapidly. To a certain extent, after getting rid of the demonic beasts, they began to grow arrogant. From envy to jealousy, they could not stand it anymore. Naturally, the war broke out. Different from the war on Earth, the army of the Kingdom of Barbacca was divided into numerous small groups. They invaded from different places at the same time, infiltrating like a tide, instead of concentrating their forces to break through. The strategy they adopted immediately reminded people of the disappearance of the leaders of the combat groups not long ago. This war had been premeditated since the last attack of the demonic beasts. It was based on a plan called massacre. The Tang Empire was the most powerful country in the southeast and the central region. It was the only barrier to invading the rich southeast of the continent. The massacre plan implied that they wanted to overthrow the Tang Empire and even the entire southeast. The focus of the massacre plan was to bury a large number of men of sacrifice in the southeast and central countries. These men of sacrifice were almost all the most powerful experts in the northwest. They were at least at the supreme power realm.